seas and hot summers.
Well, no, it's not that it's unbearable. It's just that I like the modicum of comfort. That's all.
Hmm.
And seeing as I can afford it, I'm going to enjoy it.
And
Sure,
of
it
course,
would be
there's
nice.
a lot of countries in Europe where their summers are about the same as my winter.
What?
Yeah, how hot do summers get in Central Europe?
I think there's a lot of like,
As all of the
uh,
Americans just look at the European, yeah, Europe, how bad does it get there?
it actually does get the last year was admittedly worse than this year. Last year we had a peak of I want to say 128 Fahrenheit.
Eh.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we
not bad.
regularly go above the hundreds, like pretty much every summer. Considering 100 is 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we in the sun we usually go like at minimum above to like 45, which is like 115 Fahrenheit, I believe. Like that's pretty much a given, not counting the high peaks where it goes like above 120. So yeah, it gets really fucking hot here too. It's not excluded to fucking America. Well, I don't know how bad it's like in Nevada or something where, you're literally living in the desert.
Either way, we are recording as it is almost 9, and everyone is here. So everyone who has not added gold to themselves, who wasn't here early. Actually, no, you guys all kind of arrived around the same time, so,
Except Charles.
well, nah, fuck it. Charles can be included in this. Everyone just go ahead, if you haven't already added 120 gold to yourself.
Me to test the stream.
No, well, yes, I would like you to check the levels just to make sure, but I actually have my recording stuff up, and my microphone is coming through. I was about to say, and my mouth is working. It's like, what?
Oh wait, do you want me to get my dick pic out?
No.
Okay.
Let's double check to see. Alright, well, and the laptop's dead, so I can't keep an eye on chat, which is unfortunate, but whatever. Bianca! Spread the stream like butt cheeks.
Nice.
I can confirm, by the way, it's about the same temperatures here as it is where you are, so it's like, yeah. It's not worse.
It's 120.
Oh man, this summer has
are.
been really calm so far. We usually been around the 25, 26, but this is like one of the mildest summers I've ever experienced in my lifetime so far.
Apparently where I'm at right now, it's supposed to be 72 Fahrenheit, so...
Yeah.
At least according to these instruments.
Doggy, what are you doing?
Yeah, doggy, what are you doing?
Hey, Kayla's get on your knees. Be a good little puppy.
Keep your fetish out of here.
Hey, pet play is my wife's fetish. That's not mine.
And yet you just tried to implement it on fucking Cadis.
Some call my dog eating the cat food.
Yeah, that happens.
At least it wasn't trying to eat its own
overheard.
shit, so... Apparently that's a thing dogs... For some reason, there's actually a pill out there. Well, I know there's actual reason behind it, but... For the sake of passing along the information, there's apparently a condition out there that some dogs develop where they eat their own shit. And they have to take a pill that, in quotes, makes the shit taste bad. These are words a doctor has told me. Well, not a doctor, but you know what I mean.
There are humans who eat their own shit, so...
Yeah. There are humans who eat dirt. Like, literally, they go out... There's an old woman in, like... I forget where, but somewhere in Europe. Where she goes out every day, scoops up some clay-colored dirt, and eats it. The more you know.
Well, from a medical perspective, certain types of soil can actually have enriching minerals that are actually good for the body. And technically speaking, as long as you don't eat copious amounts of stones, especially not jagged stones, it's not theoretically not unhealthy for you.
Cadis, I don't see a hand. What are you talking about? There's just water. You're
I'm
imagining
pretty
things.
sure you're shitting with me, but it's the bottom right side of the picture.
Nah, that's just water. Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh. Right.
Yeah, dude, that's just water, man. It's just advice on how to keep your fridge cold. Like, I don't get what you're talking about, this hand thing. What? Anyway, speaking of, who wants to summarize what the fuck happened?
No.
I can, I think.
Sure.
Dude, you gotta be more professional about this. You gotta, do a critical role and be like, so last we left off.
No.
That's for faggots, so.
No,
Wow.
the whole point of me recording and everything is mostly for archival purposes and to show that you don't have to be that level of professionalism to enjoy D&D. Because a
I
big
know.
part of what I was hesitant about doing D&D is, oh, what if I can't match up to these people?
You
And,
can't.
I mean, if I had a whole writing staff behind me, sure I could.
And like
Please
20
don't.
years of acting experience, but
So
That's-
gay.
it's fine.
I'd also need, several actors who are actually good at playing. But, yeah.
We
Yeah,
just
fact-
move on.
Yes. So then, who wants to Eve, go ahead and summarize.
I'm gonna actually have to think what all happened. So we lost the horny, not horny bard.
The Wholesome Bard, yes.
It got replaced by Mr. Make Muscle Angry Issue guys.
Yes.
I wasn't there for that. Well, I was, but the character wasn't.
Yeah, you're summarizing as a player, not as a character, so.
He fucked up his house, and it was a whole thing of like soldiers and players and like putting it back together and making it real nice. And then his wife kind of like said, "Take this motherfucker. I don't want him anymore." And then we did, or they did. So that's how we have that guy now. Then we debated where to go. I don't exactly remember how, but we ended up at the Stone Spire thing, where we found a bunch of ghosts. We did not fight. We watched a battle that they relived. We had a conversation with the ghost. We'll spend the night there. We relieved the ghost.
Let's say we broke the anchor that was keeping them there.
Yes, we did that. We found out a bunch of like we found out a bit of the soldiers the corpses that were there belonged to the Inquisition that has like the now Inquisition symbol on the armor.
Yeah,
Okay.
the pre-Inquisition, essentially, yeah.
Okay, so we're just calling them pre-Inquisition. Okay.
Technically, they're titled the Old Order.
Hmm.
Or the New. Yeah, they technically would be considered the Old Order.
Yeah, you can't use the New Order. That's a Wolfenstein term.
Well, no, the New Order is what's currently in control.
It's copyrighted.
I don't give a fuck, so is Cadia. I still use it.
I made some real fucking good squirrel stew.
Yeah.
And I think that's that was the extent of what we did, right?
Mm-hmm. Anyone else have anything else they want to add? Anything?
Don't we have like a ghost dog now?
Yes.
Well, yeah, Charles got to go.
Ghost,
Dog.
yeah.
Ghost dog! Woohoo! You can't see where he has pooped on your carpet! Woohoo!
Football.
Everything he does is invisible.
Woo.
It's ghost poop. So
Ghost poop. When you step in it, you don't feel it on your foot, you feel it in your soul.
huh.
Yes.
which is
Known simply as dog, by the way.
which is arguably worse.
Mm-hmm.
You can scrape off your shoe. It's gonna take a. You're gonna need a cleric to scrape off your soul.
I completely forgot. And then I, on the way to grab my bow, was attacked by also something invisible that was a dog.
Interesting. But I do believe the whole party has reconvened at the.
Well, I was on
grave.
my way back.
Well, yeah, you're on your way back, and I believe the whole party eventually reconvenes at the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
At the graveyard?
Yeah, that's where you said you guys wanted to be at.
No, we went back from the graveyard because we did everything to the city.
Yeah, and then you guys were heading to the graveyard to play with a
Yeah.
weird disc, if I recall.
Right, we got that fucking thing that what it always wanted to float towards mirrors, right?
Yes.
Very good.
Speaking of, who of you has a mirror on you, and who of you is carrying the red disc?
Yeah, that would be me and Cadis, because we were going to work on that.
All right, who's carrying what? Or are you carrying both things?
I think we'll keep them separately.
All right, well,
So-
you're both basically being pulled at the hip towards each other. Well, one to the other.
What if we're... Well, okay, what if we put it in a box to prevent that? Like, separate boxes.
I mean, currently it's basically chained down to a wooden plank,
Yeah, okay.
and even then, it's still trying to pull itself towards the mirror.
Alright. Well,
Yeah, the church just wanted to get rid of it, and they were like, "Oh, good, adventurers, take this the fuck away from us."
Maybe we should. Well, later. As we walk, I'm just going to, or when we regroup and start making our way to the graveyard. Is it the same graveyard where the ghosts were?
Yes, that's what I assumed,
Okay.
at least.
Yes, we left
I'm-
most of the party there to continue burying bodies while we did the check-in and the turn-off and the turn-in of proof, and you got a new weapon.
well, I suggest that me and you, Cadis, go up into a field somewhere and test it.
I mean, if I recall,
I'd rather
you
have...
three did go off by yourselves to go and turn in the quest.
Yeah. We went... It was me, Alba, and Eve went back to town to turn in the quest.
I thought Charles tagged along
Well, the
with you,
rest-
didn't he?
No, he stayed in the graveyard.
Alright.
Because keeping distance from
Did
me.
at first, yeah.
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 Either way. So I leave
So
it.
we left him in charge of supervising the reburying.
Right. And you left Elva there as well.
Mm-hmm. Because somebody has to perform the funeral rites.
Mhm.
Wait, was Charles left alone with Elva?
You were left with Elva and Lage, if I recall. And,
And
you know, that one character that just, you can't remember, but you know you travel with somebody else.
Either way, that was the
Uh.
last time.
Yeah.
So.
I would recommend that you two stay a few feet apart.
I learned this, but I constructed a crash test dummy-esque thing out of wood.
Hmm.
I have the time.
I mean, nobody's gonna bug you guys at the gravesite, so.
Elba, if you don't mind, that I walk with Cadis for a little bit.
Well, we kind of took the cart.
Yeah.
We were carrying a whole bunch of stone back.
Do we?
Well, the people that went into the city did, yeah.
Alright.
I have no clue who's talking. I can't really look at a screen right this second.
Well,
I'm
then,
guessing it was Eve.
yes,
I might be
I
wrong.
am Eve. Hello.
Ooh.
Many years ago, I was
Then-
Eve.
I guess it's fine. Cadus,
Hmm?
where's your dog?
He's with. Always.
Where is he?
She is right here.
Arf.
I point to the bright green wolf with wings.
Arf.
Right.
Why?
Bark, bark.
So, what was so important that you wanted me to drag me out of the city? Couldn't you just tell me?
Explain.
Well, I actually would have wanted to ask Sarah, but since he has been abducted, not that we know that.
Saber doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
I know. The only logical conclusion is, all right. Let's
Can I
let's
get
let's
refresh?
play it. Let's put it. Let's talk it in simple terms. I was on the way to the guy, to the bow maker. Who makes bows?
Fletcher.
Boyer.
Fletchers and wood carvers usually.
Boyer
Right.
is actually bow maker. Fletchers are arrow makers.
Oh yeah.
I was on the way to the guy to pick up my bow when I was suddenly attacked by something invisible. Something invisible that was also capable of slinging spells at me. Something that when I stabbed it, it barked. Now, who do I know that has a magical dog that can turn invisible, most
Lupa
likely
can't turn
fling
invisible.
spells? What?
Lupa can't turn invisible.
Her ears just disappear. And then they reappear.
Do
You
I
just
need
saying
more
that or are you
input?
joking? You have to clarify that.
No, her ears actually she actually does make her ears disappear for a moment and then they reappear.
I was about to say it's not within the capabilities of the stat block I have, though.
True, but you also don't know what the fuck Lupa is.
True.
So
But, as far as I
fuck
know,
you.
Lupa can't disappear, and we were in the church while you're dealing with your weapon shopping.
Right. So you think it's pure coincidence that a invisible magical dog attacked me?
Honestly, I don't know. I was, like I said, I was in the church with Lupa and Alba,
Bark.
laying in the stones after we dropped you off to
Do I believe
do
it?
weapon shopping.
Mm. Did you roll insight?
I'm-
Otherwise you can only just go off of what the player says.
Inside. Oh,
Yeah.
I want to use.
I
I
mean
want to use luck on that.
he seems to be
I
telling the
wanna use
truth.
There we go.
He seems to be telling the truth.
Damn it.
Why would you think I would attack you, though?
That's a good question. That's what I've been trying to figure out. But okay, humor me here for a second. I know you have a magical dog. A magical dog, a spell-flinging, magical, invisible dog. At least I assume that was a dog because it barked when I stabbed it. Attacked me. Don't you think that's one too many coincidences?
Yes. But
And-
I still. That's what's it. Even with all of that, what reason would I have to do that? Because if I
I
wanted
don't
to pull
know.
you away, I would literally just go, "Hey, Eve, let's go talk somewhere private."
That's what I want to know.
Do I seem like a deceptive sort to you?
Not necessarily.
Then again, that is what a perfect deceptionist would do.
So the only other magical dog that we know of is with Charles, who is at the gravesite. So why would a invisible magical dog attack me in broad daylight in the city?
So, to be fair, here's something for you to think about, though. We have two magical dogs with us,
Yeah.
right?
Bark.
As a group. We're a bunch of random ass people that the church pulled together. What's to say that there's not other magical dogs out there?
Bark.
If they're common enough that two random ass people have them within our weird conglomeration of a party, they're probably common enough that somebody else has one.
You know what? I have a very simple way of just getting a rough idea. I want to lean over and give, like, Lupa. The dog name was Lupa, right?
Yes. That's her name.
Want to give Lupa, like, a flick on the nose to make her bark.
Okay, what's your armor class?
15.
She bites your hand before it can touch her snout. For 5 points of damage.
Well, that hurt.
And she's just gonna hold your hand there, in her mouth, staring at you.
Hmm. Tell your dog to let go.
Why did you try and flick her?
I stabbed the dog that attacked me, and it let. So if she can bark again, then I could probably get a good idea of the if the bark sounded similar.
You realize you could have just asked me to have her speak, right?
Well, there's a difference between, like, a playful bark and a painful.
I'm gonna switch over to Celestial. Lupa, let go. You don't know where that thing's been.
And yeah, she lets it go. Your head is covered in drool, bit bleeding.
Well, that was fun.
Don't flick random dogs in the face.
Thought it was so smart.
Huh, I'm going to intentionally hurt this animal. Why is this dog biting me?
Wasn't
Especially
hurting.
when you could just
flick
check
on
the
the
fucking
nose.
thing for a knife wound.
But it's a magical thing. Does it look hurt?
Animal handling and then medicine, depending on if you succeed or not.
I'm pretty sure that would just be medicine. Why would it be animal handling? I'm just looking at it.
To
You
make
just
sure it
flick
doesn't
her in
bite
the
you again, as you
nose.
just tried to flick it, so it's obviously aware and hesitant around you.
Okay.
The consequences of your own actions. You don't see any wounds, but it also has thick fur, and you know it can heal, so.
Great.
So, what's the rest of the party doing? I believe, Alba, you were going to set up a test with a wooden dummy, yes?
Yeah, I already made it.
Yes.
I did that. So, well, I thought they were walking, right?
Yeah,
Those two and I was
those two walked
walking
off.
in truck. Well, this test I'm doing with Charles, so not Charles, Cadus.
I was about to say, I figured we were going to be taking the cart back to the graveyard, and that's when all this stuff was happening.
To my understanding, she wanted to do it away from everyone, so.
Yeah, 'cause we don't know what it does, so better than the two, more intellectual people with the classes for it would take care of it and minimize any casualties if there are any.
Oh, okay. We are all here at the gravesite, right?
Well, you two are currently off talking or screwing as
Right.
far as the party knows.
I can wait.
As you guys just
Well,
went off and were like, hey, I need to talk to you. And then, without question, wandered off.
let's head back, Cadus. Just one more thing. Since you seem to prefer the diplomatic route, should you, and I know I can't prove it, should you have anything to do with that, you know, there are ways to just talk things out if you have an issue with me.
To be fair, I have been. I've also been the one
Yeah.
trying to settle things between you and Charles.
We did.
Yes. That is good. It's gonna make everybody happier and things go easier.
I mean, I did say I didn't necessarily have issues with him. He's going to die sooner or later anyway. So my mind is at peace.
Anyway, so you guys return to the party.
Yes.
So, Alba, describe the construction that you have put together to test this magical item that Identify refuses to tell you about. Because fuck you, I'm not telling you everything.
So it is basically a wooden dummy, like it's in the shape of a humanoid, you know, your standard human. And it's like this stick, and it's attached to a board with tiny wheels, and there's pulley system, so we could stand far away as back as possible.
How big of a mirror did you guys get, by the way?
I don't know.
Alright, who bought the mirror?
Like, yeah.
We could just do that, I guess.
I would have, and roughly about the same size as the red disc.
So like a hammer.
No, it's actually a pretty big disc, actually.
I was about to say, I'm picturing kind of like a round shield.
Yeah, it's a bit smaller than a round shield, but you can get a mirror that's the size of a round shield with ease.
Oh, okay, I'll just make it halfling sized.
Yeah, give me a sec.
It looks just like me, but wooden, and the face is drawn terribly.
Though one question.
Hmm.
I don't know if it was Cadus or Charles, but don't we have the ability to identify a magical object?
Yes. And you guys...
Who has that?
And the only reason why you know as much as you know about it is because you cast Identify on it.
That's why we're testing it.
But I didn't.
So whatever we do, move on to rounds.
Who the fuck?
That's Chris, and I can't understand a word.
The god of the world is saying that Identify can only tell you what the creators of the object know.
That I'm also
As the
thinking
creators do
about
not know.
No, Identify
the
tells you
god
all
of-
magical properties.
Yes, but remember, DMs have found then how things actually work. So
I'm actually thinking at this point of nerfing Identify a little bit because then there's no fun with the magic items.
Because you want to fuck us over with more cursed items because we haven't gotten
No! No. Identify will tell you if something is cursed, but it won't tell you everything. If it has an activation phrase, it'll tell you the activation phrase. If it's cursed, it'll tell you it's cursed. But outside of that, it won't tell you everything. Because then there's no experimentation.
And I want to experiment. I want to use my harvester class for shit.
Exactly.
Okay, and as the creators of the disc did not know what it was actually going to do, we don't know what it's going to do.
But if
Which is why
if you
I waited till we had a whole bunch of people, including a couple of meat shields, and was going to just let it happen.
This just seems like a bad idea on so many levels. What if it like rips a tear into the plane of dimensions and we open it like a plane to the abyss or the Underdark or something like that?
What's that for sure?
We're screwed.
Jesus fucking Christ! Chris!
Is my mic fucked up?
Yeah, we could hear all of that.
My God.
Sorry, my sister just walked into the room.
This family needs to invest in some better microphones. Jesus.
Anyway, as you two were, please.
What was that? Oh, yeah. What if it just like rips a hole between the planes, and then you open a
leave it up to
portal
you.
to some other fucking place?
Shut up, primitive. We're doing science. Let's go, Cadus.
That's not science. That's being. Am I the only reasonable
Just
person
walking
here?
away. We're gone.
I'm
Look at it this way.
going away from this. I'm walking away at least 200 feet.
Is Charles invited to this?
Look at this.
Sure, everyone's invited.
Okay.
Everyone's invited. Great.
Well, I said, like,
If it does open up a portal to another plane, just think about all the shinies that might be on the other side.
Yeah, or the demons.
well, that's why we said the dummy. Let's
Oh,
get this
sure.
out of the
Yeah,
way.
I'm finding a tree to stand behind. Fuck this. I am being part of this.
Yeah, that's fine.
We did not want you there
Okay,
anyway.
so Eve is forfeiting their share of whatever we find.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know.
Yeah. You're gonna be glad when I have to fucking save your ass because I'm a fucking sharpshooter with my bow.
Let's
that-
go
that
really
being
far
said-
away.
Right.
I'm going to back up 120 feet because that's my effective range.
All right. So,
Come on, Alba. We don't need to go away. We don't even need the crash test dummy.
Yes, we do. I made this
No, it's
thing.
not.
I'm gonna get use out of it.
It's 150 feet.
There's
point towards
no
the,
walls in this graveyard.
I mean, not anymore. The biggest wall kind of, got destroyed.
Is there anything to hide behind? This is why I said we wanted to go into a field or something. Or like farmland, whatever.
Catch the stream to see how bad it was. Didn't get a word.
Or something.
Yep.
What?
Double check.
Or like farmland, whatever.
Oh no, it was Chris. I think he's talking to Chris.
Oh, Charles, are you talking about the last
Yeah, I was
stream?
talking to Chris.
Oh,
No, I was talking to Chris about this one.
for when he was for when the sister came in. Yeah. No, everything just started getting really fucking loud. So.
I overheard it. I just didn't catch a single word. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Yeah. Anyway, continue.
But yeah, Alba, we don't need the wooden dummy. We have this guy. I'm gonna thumb over towards the guy we rescued from his collapsing house.
No, we can't do that.
We've got an actual
Come on,
moron.
Look at him. Look at him.
Lage, what are you doing
Yeah,
right now?
tell us
We're
when
not-
something.
We're not,
I just
we're
got
not
finished
using
burying the
human,
bodies.
okay?
Well, no, I mean it's been a couple of hours. What do you just you stand around, you thumbing yourself, you picking your nose, what?
I think I was just like standing over the bodies, just kind of like trying to take a little nap because I just spent like the past few hours burying them.
Yeah, you're just leaning on your sword, half asleep.
Couple hours to bury. Was this an army we're burying yet?
I said a few hours.
No, you spent like the good part of like the night and even
Probably
the day
probably
burying,
at least several. It's like all night pretty much.
Look, he's wobbling around like a dope. We can't use him.
We need proper
Let's
test
use-
subjects for the science.
Let's use this dummy I constructed. I used
Matt
to
tried
make
to
a
shoot-
ton of these babies back at the military base for target practice, so let's go.
Can I try to shoot the dummy?
Sure,
What AC does the dummy have?
just take a shot.
Okay, don't fuck me on this, man.
I will.
Is it
I don't
up?
control your dice.
That's a 21.
Yeah, you hit the target.
Issue is
Do I like hit it
your,
real good?
You hit it. That's it.
your
No.
wooden dummy can't tell us anything without us retrieving it and inspecting whatever's been done.
Well, if it goes somewhere, then it tells us everything.
just like to imagine while you two are talking, just suddenly goes like, and there suddenly just there's a arrow just stuck in the side of the dummy's head, and then from a distance you can just hear Eve going, "This new bow is insane."
At which point in time, Kitty's gonna look at, is gonna point to the arrow. See, it's been used. Now let's do this.
No, we're not using the guy.
But if we throw the dummy through and it's sent somewhere, we'd have to go
Oh,
through.
all right,
retrieve it,
maybe
and the
we'll
portal
check
might
on a
kill us.
spell on it or something.
As you guys have been talking, you're hearing a gentle hum coming from the mirror, by the way. As the disc has already made its way to press itself against the mirror while you guys weren't looking.
Oh my god, you fucking ass.
Wow,
fantastic.
it's almost having
What it
it's
does anyways.
it's almost like having a low passive perception means that things can sneak past you easily.
I hope this fucking
That's it,
kills
mine's
all
like
of
a
you.
14.
Yeah.
But yeah, the
And to
mirror's
be
just
fair, it's kind of hard to have a good passive
And
perception
my
at this
internet
stage.
fucking.
but yeah, the mirror is just humming.
Are almost all of us low wisdom boyos?
Yeah, basically.
That's tragic.
I walked
Pretty
away
much everyone
150
except
feet.
Eve.
Why am I the smartest person here? My intelligence score modifier is 0.
Wisdom passive perception is wisdom based.
Wisdom gets you a long
I know,
way,
I'm still
man.
saying I'm the most intelligent person because I'm not just sticking
Well, that's
random
your
cursed
answer.
things into other things.
Well, there's intelligence and then there's curiosity. Scientific curiosity.
Curiosity
And a wizard
cat.
is basically just D&D nerd.
Yeah,
We live for experimentation. That's where all of our magic comes from.
literally.
Oh, and I think Bianca died.
Yeah, she had internet problems, so that's going to be a thing that happens today. But yeah, no. As you guys were all arguing, you eventually noticed that Elva was entirely just tracking the thing and just watching it slide while you guys were all talking, and she just sat there and watched it. Because she has the highest passive perception out of everyone here.
And that's the perk of a wisdom
Fucking
caster.
She's a cleric.
What happened?
Yes,
Wait.
and clerics are wisdom casters.
Oh, yeah. Also, I forgot to level her up. Yeah, well, we'll do it later. The mirror is humming, and Elva just watched it move the entire time. Without telling any of you guys.
Well, then I'm just going to start setting this thing up. I wanted to go out elsewhere and do it, but, seeing
I mean, you
everyone wants to hang around.
you could just pick it up and move it.
While the mirror starts humming, I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
Alright.
Because if this thing goes boom, any protection's better than none.
Why would it go boom?
I really fucking.
Well, I'll set up my little pulley system and stand as far back as possible, and,
Yes.
Well,
I
it's either
advise
gonna
everyone
go
to do
boom
the
or
thing.
go really, really fast.
Oh, ye of little fate.
I hold my action with my pulley.
Alright. So, what do you do with the pulley?
Well, if it opens up anything or anything, like,
Hell yeah.
if something comes out of it, I'm gonna use the pulley system to make sure it gets hit or pulled in.
Alright. Yeah, nothing happens.
With the mirror and the disc, nothing happens.
Just sits there. Humming.
Okay.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Was it on the floor now, or?
I mean, it depends. How did you set up your experiment? You
I'm very sorry, I just missed.
You didn't miss anything. They built up. They're like, oh god, it's
Oh,
gonna do
great.
something, and then the mirror's just humming.
Oh, it's just
Well-
humming. Cool.
Yeah, because the red disc had snaked its way to it while everyone was arguing.
Hmm.
Place it
So we
down.
just hear it humming and we're like, oh, okay, well. Because that's what it
Just throw it where the dummy is. I don't know.
Throwing what where the dummy is?
Well, I don't know where it's set up. I'm very confused right now.
Okay, to my understanding, you had placed the mirror at an angle so it was facing the dummy, correct? And you had placed the object on the ground because why not?
It'll
then you
make
had-
its way to it anyway.
Yeah, and then it snaked its way to the thing while you placed your dummy and set up the pulley system. And by the time everyone stopped arguing, they were interrupted by the mirror humming because the object is now touching the mirror.
And still doing nothing.
The mirror is just humming. It seems to almost be vibrating.
Maybe break
Mm.
the mirror?
I mean, do you break the mirror?
I'm not doing anything. I'm staying
Launch
100
a
feet away.
stone with a catapult.
So you're going to throw a stone at it via catapult? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, like a pebble or something.
Alright, yeah, you break the mirror.
Okay.
is.
I mean-
It still humming?
Nope.
Shit.
The object just sits there now.
Well, that might have been something.
Now I gotta use this thing for something else, and I'm going to like use the string I hold it by and just run off with it somewhere.
Let's do an experiment! Ah! Something's happening! Break it!
Are magical
Oh, I
items
didn't know
usually
what was
legendary?
happening. I thought something might trigger it, but whatever. If not, I get to keep my work, so use it for something else.
I forget, who was the one that spent 30 gold on that mirror?
Okay, this.
It's okay. This will go make you some
Speaking
more
of gold,
money.
I forgot to write in the amount for showing up early. It was 100 something.
120, yeah.
120.
120. Okay, thank you. I need this money.
Aquan should be
Sorry, I
showing up
haven't-
soon.
I have an idea for this. We can make some money off of my dummy.
Maybe try another experiment.
So, what if... And it only vibrates towards mirrors, yeah?
What happened was, from what you were able to perceive in that small amount of observation time before somebody panicked and broke the mirror, was it made its way to the mirror. As soon when the disc touched the mirror began to vibrate. That's all you
Right.
guys observed.
Did it, like,
And then
go up in
Alba,
frequency?
no, it just did a very low hum, and then it broke.
I wasn't really aiming for the mirror, but
You said you
Whatever,
catapulted a rock at the mirror.
I meant not like the object. I thought the object was like placed on top of the mirror because it's attracted to it.
Okay,
So
well,
I
then I
would-
guess the mirror isn't broken then. It's still just humming, and you just binked a rock off the object.
Okay.
Nothing happened. So the mirror is still intact, the 30 gold mirror.
I could still use this thing to make money, so I don't care.
I mean, you still haven't even put the dummy up against the mirror yet, so...
Well, I thought that was automatically assumed.
Bianca,
Whatever.
only thing
I'll
I
try
assume
pulling
is that
it
you
towards
get
it
dressed
more.
in the morning
Give
and
it
know
the
how to
money then.
blink and breathe at the same time. That's all I try to assume. Outside of that, you're gonna have to tell me what the fuck happens.
Okay, well, I use the system to, like, have it just nudge up against it.
Alright, it nudges up against the mirror. Nothing happens.
And nothing happens?
Nothing happens.
Okay, then. It's a waste of my fucking time.
Could
Can I
just
go up
cheer
and
from a
touch it with my hand?
distance.
What happened?
Can I just go up and touch it with my hand?
The mirror or the object?
The object.
Oh,
Go ahead and roll me a d6.
Oh, God.
It's gonna
Now
take a
you've
minute.
done
I'm
it.
still getting my computer out.
I could roll it for you.
Should have used it, like, test
Just-
it. Right.
You could just hear from a distance as people are fiddling around. It's just... Is it doing anything?
So, Cadus. So you decided to touch the object.
Uh,
Oh,
I hate
relax.
actually your voice.
But yeah, it just changes color.
Oh.
It changes
Oh
color.
my god.
It changes color to green as Bianca figures out what the fuck is going on. But her character doesn't know, so shut the fuck up.
I don't know what's going on. I said, oh my god, because it was a waste of my time. I still want to roll for it, though. What do I roll?
Out of curiosity, is the reflective surface of the mirror available?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. What happens when I touch that? Or actually, let's start with what
Oh,
happens
no.
when I stand in front of it.
I assume you're looking at the mirror?
Yes.
The inside of the mirror is green, first off, to match the stone, and you see a field. It is a different field than the one you are currently in. This one appears to be perhaps farmland of some sorts?
And
When I kind of want it to be just a little more specific, please. You say the inside of the mirror?
Yes, the reflective surface of the mirror is different than what is behind the observer.
is it like a
Okay.
picture? Yes.
So okay, so as if there was like a filter over it or something, right?
Yes, the
Green?
inside of it appears to be green.
Curious. All right.
and if I touch the reflective surface,
How hard do you touch it?
buttly.
Yeah, well,
Like,
you
I'm
touch
literally
it
just gonna
and
walk up to it, touch it, and slowly increase pressure.
Yep.
Until I'm sure it's solid.
yeah, you push at
Or-
it for a few seconds. You know, you start to push to the point where your finger would slowly start to bend, and your finger goes through it.
Hey guys, I think it's a portal.
Think
Out of
the
curiosity.
pressure. Think the pressure it would take to push through
Jello.
no. Wet paper, like a few layers of wet paper. It's got a bit of
Okay.
resistance, and it's there, but you can easily just punch it, and your fist would go through.
It's like a Stargate.
Okay. Yeah, that's where my mind started going. Or that or Howl's Door from Howl's Moving Castle.
What is it doing?
Okay, I'm gonna go around and touch the object again. Does it change colors again?
Nope, it stays green.
Okay, so one setting. Huh.
Wait.
Hey Alba, try touching the object, see if it does something different for you.
Well, I would have touched that thing.
Oh, it doesn't hurt.
Alright, alright.
It's fairly harmless to me. Charles walks up and touches it.
All right, let me roll something.
It turns black.
No, it turns blue.
Oh.
Do you look
I'm guessing the mirror turns blue as well.
the inside of it? Yes, the outside and like the protective thing.
Oh, yeah.
I assume is wood, but all that stays normal. The inside of the mirror is now blue. So is the disc.
Yeah.
It's also
Cool,
a different
cool.
field. Or perhaps a different angle. You don't really know.
Hmm.
It could just be the same field at a different time. You don't know.
What question the mages would the wizards would know. Identify does also tell you the school of magic. So what? Not that would be concerned with my character. What school of magic was it?
Nah.
Motherfucker, you can't just take everything away
Yeah.
that the identify spell does.
I don't usually pay attention to schools of magic anyway.
Well, but it can tell you what like it can narrow it down what the purpose of it is.
To be fair, I wouldn't know how to class this anyway. Because it's not in any
If it's-
books.
Well, it's simple. If it's teleportation magic, then it would be transmutation, abjuration. I believe.
That's
No,
the
abjuration is
thing.
protection.
It could fall into several categories, so I'm going to say no.
Well, then
I was
it
about to
can
say-
also have multiple signatures if it's made up of multiple.
I was about to say, wouldn't
At
it
the
be
very
like
least, I
conjuration?
guess you could mention,
Yes.
like you said, that it could fall into multiple categories. At the very least, because that at least gives us something, and you have to waste a spell slot to do this.
Yeah, fair
I
point.
mean, you already did it though.
I would say... Let's say transportation. Whatever transportation would be. Whatever that would be.
That would be conjuration.
Yeah, let's go conjuration then. Sure.
So it is a transport, because then we can narrow it down that it's a transporting device. Or that the intended purpose is probably transport or moving objects. I believe telekinesis is also conjuration.
Sure. Let's go with
So
conjuration. Sure.
It moves things.
Sure.
Cool.
Okay.
I mean, having seen Cadiz do this already, I guess he kind of just sticks his hand in there.
Yep. Again, wet paper pressure, and you're through. Granted, the mirror itself is not big enough to actually go through with the disc resting against it. So.
Okay, so
Wait,
the
how big
disc
is
is
this
actually against the
Is it like a
reflective
discus?
surface.
I was imagining it as just like a handheld item, but is it like a discus?
The disc actually is probably about big enough to rest. Think, I know this is very subjective to some people, but think a weight that you put on at the gym.
Yeah, so like a discus.
It's
is what
like
I
an
was picturing.
actual. It's actually.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's
a
bigger.
heavy- a
It's
heavy
bigger than
thing
the
you
average
throw.
frisbee. It's bigger than the average frisbee.
Yeah, bigger than the for sure.
Bigger than the average frisbee. Smaller than a shield.
I'm aware. Was just Okay. So we'd have to. I guess he's gonna try and shift it. Well, actually, maybe ask the others first. He's gonna be like, so
Hello?
you knew this would affect the mirror
Hello.
somehow. If it's touching the frame, would it still take effect?
I was actually about to say that. I was going to signal over to our barbarian friend and have him try and help separate them and move the object around to the back.
Oh, I get to touch it.
Alright, Alba, you touch it.
Yeah, what color does it turn?
Bold assumption that changed color. Alright, I should really get my notebook out for this, actually.
Well, even if we can't walk through, there's gotta. I mean, there's also that the mirror's broken, so it's like probably
Mirror
reduced to.
wasn't broken.
I thought we.
That got
I thought we
red
shot.
Mind if I use a stick first, or
Give me a sec, I have to write down my own
thought Alba
notes.
shattered it.
No, we retconned
What?
that.
Oh, retcon, cool. So yeah, someone could probably stick their head in.
I'm not going to do that.
It turns red.
Okay, what do I see?
You see a field.
There she blows.
Actually, give me a
Do you
perception check.
recognize it at all?
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
In the distance, you think you might see a farmhouse.
Is it recognizable?
No, it's too distant. It's the only reason why you were able to even see it is because you rolled that high. That's the only reason why you're able to even tell it might be a farmhouse. It could be a grain solo.
History. Is there anything like specific about it? Or specific shape?
About the farmhouse, or
Yeah, like is there a specific shape that I know, or like is there just?
I mean, you can't think of any other well, one, you can't think of any other building that would be in this type of a field, and two, it just looks barn-esque in a way. Like you can see the plain color and then the whiteness of the roof,
Yeah.
and you piece together, it's probably a farmhouse. Or
Yeah,
a
but-
barn, maybe. Could be a shed. But with all the clues surrounding it, you jump to farmhouse. Hi, more. Excuse me.
Okay. Still like to do history.
Sure, you can do a history.
Okay.
It's definitely some kind of farmhouse.
No, I just.
You're not going to recognize it, I can tell you that much.
I know. I'm just going to go kind of like neutral faced and just move away from it.
Hey, Alba, I think I found something we can use your dummy for. But before we can do that,
What?
we need to have Mr. Eflu here try and separate the object in the mirror, the disc in the mirror, to see if we can
Fine, I'll
move
just
the
make
disc
it
to the back.
Lage, do you pick up the disc? Chris.
Yep.
Do you pick up the disc?
Sure.
All right. Do-do-do. Ooh,
Because
it
you're being
changed.
asked to move it here.
It changes into another color.
Wow.
It changes to yellow. And again, a different field.
So we can see the that would be my guess is that we're seeing what it goes to, but maybe not. But
Well,
we're seeing
this is in the
we're
brief
seeing-
moments. This is in the brief moments where the disc is still touching it as Lage picks it up and removes it, and the field disappears and turns back
okay,
into a
but
reflective.
for the other ones, could we notice that they were different locations per color?
Yes. Different.
That's
It's either
something to
different
know.
locations, different positions, different times. It's different. There's
Right.
different crops in there. Like some of them had what looked like corn. Some of them had what appeared to be wheat. Some appeared to be freshly tilled. That type of stuff. I should have put more detail into it, admittedly, but
Here's a crazy idea: alternate realities.
anyway,
Probably not.
as you place the disc to the back of the mirror, nothing happens, as it has a wooden back to keep the mirror from falling to the ground and smashing. So you place it against the wood. You look at the mirror. You see yourself. You see a giant moron staring at you.
What's going on? Eve yells from 150 feet away.
Actually, technically, do you have sharpshooter?
Not yet.
Okay.
Why?
I was gonna say sharpshooter ignores your limitation.
I know.
Yeah. So that's why I was like, I'm like, listen, I'm like, 150 doesn't sound right for somebody who has sharpshooter.
Yeah, it's 320
I'm not
for
a sharpshooter.
maximum range.
I'm gonna hit you with my sharpshooter.
Ooh.
But I picked luck before I picked sharpshooter.
I honestly think Saber should have picked luck.
Well, if he's gonna have 3 shitty rolls in a row, then it's not gonna do him any good. I usually shitty roll, 2 shitty rolls, and then a good one. So it works better. For me.
Godless.
Mr. Leach, please continue to hold on to the object. Miss Alba, mind helping me trying to get this back off? You might have to touch the interior of the mirror itself. Like, we can try and get the wooden back off and cut a hole in it. You have the ability to make nifty tools and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've seen you ride around on your little ballista.
Yeah, no. Taking the back of a mirror off doesn't require any checks. You do it more or less without effort. Like, you take a screwdriver, pop off the pins, and just throw the disc. The wooden disc, not the red disc.
Right.
And yeah, now you have the back of the mirror exposed.
Now, Mr. Leach, do you think you can gently brace the object against the back of the mirror? Since it no longer has support, don't want to risk it going too fast. And while he's doing that, I'm going to move around so I can see the front.
Yep.
To see if it shimmers when it makes contact.
Nope. The back of the mirror is, of course, scuffed up because you're not supposed to see that back. And, they're like, ha-ha. So, the reflective silver, of course, is back there, but unfortunately, it does not respond.
Okay. Well, guys, Good news is, I think we found out what it does. It's some kind of portal. Haven't quite figured out the extent of this. Bad news is, we need a bigger mirror to continue testing.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Unless perhaps we could have someone hold the disc in place, barely on the edge of it. Would that work?
you could low crawl into it, yeah.
Or low crawl? That also. I mean,
Like
I don't know what.
if you were to just make sure that the disc is
How?
barely like do it through experimentation. I'll give you this much. Through minor experimentation
It's
without
also the
pushing
question of
without pushing
since
luck.
it's a disc, can you just like lay it flat, have a touch that way?
I was going to explain, if you just, as long as it's
Yeah.
just touching the mirror in any sort of way, especially now that you've removed the rim of the mirror, you have slightly more mirror to play with. Because they always make it like, rounded edges and shit. So, as long as the disc is even somewhat touching the mirror, a portal will, the portal opens. Granted, it's about the
Neat.
size of a shield, so you could theoretically low crawl through it. With that in mind, I have to go to the bathroom really quick because I drank way too much orange juice. You guys figure stuff out.
see.
Ask questions. Come up with questions.
I'm going to walk back over because everybody has been ignoring me for like the last half hour. That I've just been standing there at a distance. Cadus.
Well,
not
that's the
looking at anybody
thing.
in
He didn't
particular.
bother to approach.
To
No,
be fair,
No, I yelled so you could hear me. I'm not like miles away, 150 feet away.
you realize that's half a football field, right?
I don't because I don't know freedom units. I don't know how long a football field is either.
Football field is 300 feet.
What's a feet?
I'm a
12 inches.
Google.
Yeah.
I'm a Google real quick.
Let's see, foot to meter.
I know that 1 inch is the length of 3 barley corns because for some reason you guys have, a system that
You're
takes a big
45
fucking-
meters away.
It's
almost
not that
46.
bad.
Yes, but if we're focused on what we're doing, you'd have to be yelling really freaking loud to even get our attention.
Well, I'm going to approach again.
You could probably guess why. Plus, you could probably guess why Charles might not not care enough to acknowledge.
Bitch, don't you start again.
Start. I'm not starting shit.
So what's going on here?
Alright, I've returned. So what's the plan?
And everybody muted themselves, so nobody told Eve what's going on.
Well, as near as we can tell, this object is some kind of portal generator.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to open up a random portal per person.
Right.
I haven't tried touching the object again since to see if it just changes between people.
Do you touch it?
Was about to
Meh.
once
Is it
we
connected
got a
currently?
relatively secure way.
If you
Why
touch,
not?
if you even just touch the disc, it turns back to your color.
And
I'm
based
gonna
off of
touch
what
it.
color it is, it changes where the portal goes. Was about to see if we can throw Elba's dummy through with a rope on it and yank it back, or if we're stuck on the other side.
Huh. What happens when I touch it?
Roll a d6 and tell you what happens.
Boy.
It turns red.
Didn't we have it? Yeah, we have red already.
Out of curiosity, does the view change from when it turned red for Alba?
No. It's been short enough time, I can tell you no.
Okay.
Have we tried having like an animal touch it?
We have not yet. I was going to see if we can set some kind of... See if it's possible to pull the dummy back through. If so, I was going to go through it and see if it's if I can see like a doorway on the other side.
That seems like such a bad idea.
But not out of character, so I'll allow it.
I said that in character. Why don't I just tie my rope around it and I'll shoot an arrow through with a rope tied to it?
Oh, that's what we're going to do with the dummy. Same idea.
Same idea. Less chance of the mirror breaking.
But I would also have a rope around me.
The mirror
When I
is,
go
is
through.
tiny though. It's like the size of a shield,
You
right?
can still low crawl.
What if you go through
And
and the
if
fucking like
the dummy's going head first, that's even easier. You could just toss it in if you really wanted to.
So, you're gonna put in the dummy in while it's red, right?
Yep, we were going to do the dummy while it's red with a rope around the dummy
Mm-hmm.
and see if we can pull the. Once it's through, we're going to see if we can pull it back out.
Alright, Eve, I assume you're holding the red disc so it stays red, correct?
sure I can, I guess.
Yep. I assume teamwork you guys are going to use. Somebody is holding the mirror up so that it's just barely touching the disc, and the rest of you are pushing and observing. Is this correct?
Pretty much.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
Actually, I was going.
Hmm?
Actually, at this point, Alba, can you take some of the wood that was the frame and make a makeshift holding dang it for this?
Yeah, she can easily just prop the damn thing up. Like, oh, you mean like, a shelf? Yeah. No, it's easy enough for her. Yeah, no, you get a holding device so that way, Eve doesn't need to straddle the mirror. Or the person.
Between that and, in case there's a lot of resistance on the way back, we want the big guy free. Seeing as we're missing our robot.
What robot?
Exactly.
You guys don't have a robot.
It's our only big guy.
Yeah, he's the only big guy you guys have. I mean,
Yeah,
you have some
that's why we want him.
horses. I mean,
That's
that
why we
elf.
want him on standby.
That one elf has been missing recently, but you know he disappears every now and again. It's whatever.
I was expecting to find him hanging to the undercarriage of one of the horses.
I thought you were gonna say, oh,
Wherever he vanishes.
I don't know why, but I just thought I expected you to say, oh, I just expect to find him hanging from a tree with a rope around his neck.
Well, that's a possibility too, but
No, they don't hang elves here. They burn them.
well,
You
the
would all
elf
know.
might hang himself, but you know.
That, I guess, yeah, that too. He is the depressed little bastard.
They hang halflings and gnomes because it's real funny.
They just want to try and stretch you guys out.
Yeah, they put rocks around their legs.
Yeah.
Anyway, you push the dummy through and you watch it pop out the other side.
Okay. Can
Nothing happens
when we
yet.
when we pull on the rope, will it start coming back through the portal?
Yep. Comes back through the portal.
Okay. Well, once it's back through on our side, I'm going to take the rope off of it, tie it around my waist,
Uh-huh.
and low crawl through.
While it's red.
I'm still saying this is a bad idea.
Correct? While it's red. Correct?
I'm going to try pushing my hand through, see if I go through first, but yeah.
Yeah, you go through.
Make sure,
As long as you do, I will say this is what you managed together. As long as whoever touched the disc last will determine its color.
Okay, once I'm sure that I'm not going to be stopped because it's not on my color,
Mhm.
I'm going to go through.
And you pop through. The world is no longer red. However, you are in a field. It's
Okay, if I turn in the direction I come from,
Mhm.
is there like a random window back to where I just came from?
There is a hole, yes.
A hole
Okay, I'm
in
just
space.
trying to give the party a thumbs up and take a better look around
Mhm.
the other directions.
Yep, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, I only have a 12 and passive. Okay. I'm getting there.
Such a bad idea.
The first thing you notice is just normally you'd hear, the wind blowing, nature and all that, right? You'd even distantly you'd hear the hum of bugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. It is utterly silent to the point that the only sound you're actually able to hear is your own heartbeat. Outside of
And I'm not
that, yeah.
I'm not having any issues breathing or anything like that.
Nope, air's fully breathable. There is air present, first off. Land seems solid. The crops seem healthy. You don't know when they were last tended to, as they appear to have been a bit overgrown. And in the distance, you do see a building. There is nothing around you in the field for as far as you can see.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to crawl my way back through the door
Mm-hmm.
and report everything I've found so far. Pretty much, aside from eerie silence, it's like a regular countryside that's been untended for a while.
You guesstimate maybe 6 years unattended. Those of you who have an agricultural background or, any kind of farming background or even remotely know what a farm looks like, it looks like it hasn't been attended
Merchant
for.
background?
I guess. Well, no, you wouldn't have dealt with farms that old. At least not unattended.
I mean,
Not unattended farms, at least.
I remember I wasn't a merchant. I procured merchandise from all sorts of places.
Okay, then yeah, I guess you would know that. It from the descriptor, it hasn't been touched in 6 years at least.
I feel like for Charles, I'm gonna need to roll.
It doesn't matter.
Guess not. No.
As everyone else more or less is like, oh yeah, no, I've been a farmer. And everyone just says like you all come to the conclusion it's like 6 years at least.
I just
Hmm.
know building.
Yeah.
All right.
Jaded.
Yes?
Though, explain this to me. We
Mhm.
know this has an aura of conjuration, which is a transportation device, correct?
Can be, yes.
It has a variation of different colors depending on what people touch it. No, God knows how many colors there are, which portals that all seem to go to a field. Why would a transportation device always go to the same or similar locations?
That's a good question. It could be, honestly, without doing more experimentation on it to see where exactly it goes and whether or not each location is the same or just very similar.
Elva's gonna walk up and just touch it, just curiously. We're gonna see what she rolls. Oh, okay. Yeah, it turns orange.
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 But without knowing that much, I can't even begin to speculate as to possible reasoning behind it.
Well, what order should we
I
go in
forget.
then?
You guys have it set up so that the disc is constantly touching the mirror, correct?
Yes, we've
Alrighty.
carry-rigged it.
Yes. You get a different scene.
Oh, it's different.
It appears to be an empty street of your common day city.
That's the next
Common
question. Why is
day,
all of
medieval
the things
day.
that we see devoid of people?
Uh,
Can I do perception or some? What would? I guess what would it be if it's like? Do these look like they could come from like paintings or something?
Sure, go ahead. What kind of check do you want to make me for that?
I guess it would either be I guess it would probably be history,
Sure.
because
Go
I
ahead.
don't have painter's tools or anything. Unfortunately, I could make them.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Make me a check.
History or painter's tools.
I'll say history.
Alright.
I'm currently writing down the notes for both myself and you guys.
Uh,
I can make.
as for whether the void of people, it could be that it was meant to be a doorway to either someone's personal sanctum. As
Right.
for different doors, could have something to do with there being multiple creators, each one wanting their own sanctum.
Interesting theory.
Well, most of them appear to be farms. From what we've observed so far, either it's random or maybe this person, for whatever reason, if assuming it is one, owns a lot of. There's a lot of conclusions that can be drawn here.
Okay, and as for them being farms, well, what better place to find a self-sustaining food source?
That was my thought. Yes.
Though,
Really, one is all you would need, but
Hence the if it's multiple people.
And no, you do not suspect that these are from paintings.
Okay.
What if there were 6 creators of this, each one wanting their own sanctum?
how do you know there's only 6?
Nah, that's a bit meta-y.
Yeah,
Although I will argue,
at this point in time, how many colors have we seen?
5.
Okay, so 5. Well, if there's 5 creators.
Yes. I could say you would be able to skeptically argue 6, as you haven't discovered any other colors, but then that number would keep increasing the more colors you discovered.
Okay.
Could
Hey,
we
one
do the
wanting their own
process of the
sanctum.
so we
elimination
conclude
of like
5. Yeah.
primary colors and secondary colors, and maybe the 2 shades?
Maybe?
Okay.
It would be 6. Right?
Hmm?
Yeah, it would be 6. Primary and secondary colors would be 6.
Yeah, but like then, if there are more than that, like say if there's black and white, that would put it at 8. But
Black and whites are non-colors, they're shades.
Yeah.
yeah, but no,
It's okay, Bubba.
it doesn't mean they can't turn that color or shade, whatever.
You don't know. You haven't experimented enough.
Most people think of them as colors, so they'll just say, "Oh, the color black." I'm just saying,
You're very cute.
makes logical sense.
Yeah, I'll tell your nerds showing.
She's excited. Let her be excited.
Oh, I know.
I'm very happy that she's excited.
This is a nerd moment. Let it happen.
Yes, let it happen.
I still
I'm nerding
think
out internally myself, so like.
bad idea, because what if, how do we get back, assuming we go with the theory that this that let's say a mage or someone made this, or multiple mages made this as a sort of device to get to their sanctums. If there were in those worlds and then the portal was closed, they probably have magical means of returning themselves to the world. What if we enter one of those worlds and it is not, it is a different plane from our world, and then we can't reach the portal anymore, then we're just captured there?
Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds a lot like
Why
a
is every-
problem.
Why is everybody okay with it? Why am I the only one that thinks that this is a terrible idea?
Well, whoever said anything
would
about
you-
all of us going through to find the information to help narrow things down? If you want, I'm more than happy to be the only one to go through.
Elva actually will also raise the point. If you're that concerned about things, then you can stay back and we can all explore the red one. Because we have 2 people who can open the red one.
Sure.
So
Maybe we
that
should,
was going
before
to
that,
bring
get
up.
a bigger mirror though, and have Elba actually build a frame so we can put everything in place, so it's not just a rope together string with a piece of wood, you know?
Ah, so you're all
Yes.
going together.
That was another thing I was thinking about is larger mirror
Mm-hmm.
and a possible one of our next experiments have try shifting the portal while somebody's on the other side to see what happens.
And another point, we should maybe go back to the considering that it does not look like it'll blow up or spawn a horde of demons yet. That might still very, very much be a possibility. We should probably go inside of a tavern and rent us a room so we have some privacy and not some random person or animal or whatever walks by and just knocks the thing over and closes the door.
Yeah, that could suck.
That would be a good idea.
So
Not gonna question the logic of thinking it might be a portal to hell and thinking it's better to put it in a hotel room.
I say we have
Not
more
gonna bring it up.
important and better things to do, and we can just leave this for another time.
Or you guys could do this, because I prepped this for 2 weeks. Lol.
Ah, lovely.
I think it's a worthy
remember when we had a
preference.
main mission?
I mean,
If-
you guys kind of did your main mission for the time being, and yeah. And I'm excited to see how this goes.
If I were to keep the thing with me, like, and I were to move away, would it still be fine for them, or
You don't know? You haven't experimented
Hmm.
yet.
right?
I can't tell you anything without you trying it first. But then that would risk one of your teammates.
All right. Well, actually, just
So then, the plan is to get a bigger mirror. How big are you guys looking for?
Well, let's
Ah,
say this disc is so it's not as big as a shield.
I'll find you a proper measure.
3 feet. 3 feet estimate is what I'm thinking.
I would say
How big is Mr.
Well,
Lago?
that would be as tall as that'd be halfling size, wouldn't it?
the mirror right now is about 3 feet in full diameter.
I'm 6'3".
Yeah,
So
the mirror.
it has a 3-foot
referring to
perimeter. Sorry,
the
not diameter.
referring to.
I'd say
Yeah,
The disc itself is
probably just
is
a
probably
bit short of
yeah.
like.
The disc itself is a little bit over a 1 foot perimeter.
actually another
Probably-
fun question.
Probably like 1 foot, 1.5.
About how big was the mirrors in the room we had already rented? If there was a mirror.
They probably would have been about the
I
same
do not
size
know why I
as the
asked
mirror
you.
you guys
Yeah.
currently have.
Okay. Makes more
Okay.
sense. That makes a lot more sense than what I was saying. All right.
Can't just use that mirror.
Alba raised his hand. What if we put all the mirrors together?
That's something we can experiment on before we buy a bigger mirror. Definitely. Like, have multiple mirrors touch it. See if it creates a bigger doorway. But we should have a mirror roughly. Let's see. Our largest party member that's currently here is like 6'3", so almost a 6-foot
Not-
mirror.
Not quite right, but
Yeah, you guys could easily go and get yourself a full body mirror. It's not that hard to get.
Yeah. Actually.
That will run you a pretty penny, though. As it is glass, and glass is expensive.
Look, Alpha, since we're most likely going to go back to the town we kind of picked you up from, what do you happen to have a mirror about that big in your house already?
You mean Lage?
Yeah.
Lage! Roll... Actually, you know what? Roll me a D100.
one that he didn't smash already.
That's why the D100. All right, you actually do.
Nice.
And it's
Oh.
intact because it was in your kid's room. Because your wife had said, if you break this, we're getting a divorce. And placed it in the
Yeah.
kid's room. Because the kid's room is the only room you have never raged in.
Not in front of the kids.
Yeah, not in front of the kids.
In theory, we could commandeer that.
Runs in, steals your mirror. We're taking this back.
It's a little important to my wife. It's an heirloom from her mother.
Well, I'm not planning on smashing the darn thing.
I mean, going to his place would give you, 1, a place to rest, and 2, safety.
Exactly.
And, depending on how risky you are, 3 possible new people to touch the mirror.
No.
I'm sure my wife will be fine with it.
Yeah, so do you guys want to do that?
Sure.
Alright, yeah. I'll hand wave away the travel time and all that bullshit. So yeah, you more or less explain, hey, we need your mirror, and she just goes, oh, okay, don't break it, and leaves you to it. If you break it, you're dead. And Lage, you know that this is probably something she could pull off.
Yeah, I'm terrified. I'm gonna very I don't know. Gonna kiss her goodbye, and then we run out the door. I guess.
I mean,
So we keep
I thought you guys were going to do the experiments in the house, is what I thought.
All right, sorry.
I mean, she still appreciates you kissing her on the cheek and all that, but then she wonders why the fuck you ran out and then walked back in like a moron.
I was getting lit. Don't worry about it.
She looks at your empty arms. And she just shakes her head and goes back to the kitchen. It's like, whatever, at least he's making friends. Just walks off. He hasn't broken anything in 5 seconds. This is improvement.
Let's test out the mirror.
Well, I guess you're right, 5 seconds. It's been about a day or so since he's last broken something.
Says.
But we needed him to break that.
Oh, he already broke. Alright, whatever. Okay. I'm gonna go take care of the kid. She says the kid's names, obviously, but I don't have that written down, and I'm lazy, so fuck you. I'm gonna go take care of Mark and Susan. There. And she just goes off to the kid's room. To whatever. So, you're left with a larger mirror in a child's room. You know, I'll be nice and say you moved it to the biggest room in the house of the living room.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So that way you guys got
didn't-
a sofa,
or
you guys got a little
weren't actually gonna do
fireplace,
this
the
in there.
kitchen's behind you. It's really nice. Nice little farmhouse.
How lovely. So you guys want to hop through and I'll stay here, but
actually I'll go with. Actually, I'll be the one to stay here. I think that
that's
I'll
perfect.
be able to maintain. You know, if anything happens to anything, I'm good with my hands, and I can make sure none of the children just wander this way or knock it over or anything.
Sounds perfect. I do have a little bit of stuff I need to go tidy up. You gonna be good for about a day before we? I guess we can. They can go through and explore. You hold the position. I go do my thing. So I'll be back in like a day or two, and then we can join them. All right?
No. I'm
Very
staying
good,
here.
Amo.
You're the going with them. We only need one person to stay behind.
Well,
Yep.
Unless you
Perfect.
don't want to pull
I
your
think
weight.
for this next spot, I should be the only one to go through. Because what I'm thinking is, we see if we can change. If changing the gate.
Mm-hmm. If changing the
If we can
gate.
change. Sorry, words. If we change the color on the gate.
Mm-hmm.
One second. If we change the color on the gates while there's somebody on the other side and change it back, that the person can come through, or if they're transported to whatever the new color is.
Mm.
Because we still haven't tried that yet.
Indeed, you haven't. Cadis, is that you volunteering right here?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Excellent.
Things we don't have anybody who can go without breathing or anything like that right now. Thing is, it's my crazy plan to go through with this. What am I gonna do? Send the halfling through?
I ain't going through there.
She's
That's my point.
volunteered to stay behind.
Yeah, that was what I was saying.
Mm.
Because I can maintain the thing from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
I have the skills to patch things up, and I also do have the cooler that you need in case it doesn't work on your side. It will always work on mine. If someone has a message, maybe that'll also be able to communicate.
Oh, message wouldn't work from
I mean, we have,
that distance or through dimension.
Mm. It'd
have
probably
we
take me
have
way
we
too
not
long to make some sort of
tried?
communication device. So.
Have we even tried speaking through it?
No, you have not.
No?
Well, we'll do the rope
Alright.
test and try that.
So we can do that before
Yep.
y'all change the portal. I'll try talking through, and you guys can either talk back or give me a hand. Some kind of thumbs up or something.
Yeah.
And then we can try changing color and see what it does.
I'm not sure I don't necessarily approve of this. I don't think it's gonna do us any good if you disappear on us.
You're right, but you'd learn something.
Well, what's the point? We'll be fucked forever.
Not necessarily.
Well, in my opinion, I'm being quite frank, you're the only one here who's good enough to actually maintain this tiny unit we have. I sure as hell don't trust anyone else with a job. That is a compliment, by the way.
I guess. Thing is, out of character, I did not understand the same thing you just said.
Oh, well.
I didn't
Basically,
quite catch all of it.
yeah, my internet's shit.
What I caught was not trusting anybody else with the job, but that's about
With
it.
the job of maintaining our little group. Basically, she's saying she thinks you're the only one here fit to be in charge.
Hmm.
Do you hear anybody else signing up to figure out how this mirror and device work together?
That's what they were called.
Man,
Alba.
Just send at least.
Alba, you actually are aware that there is a thing that you can do
Oh,
to talk through the planes.
You gonna tell me, or do I have to roll
I
or
mean,
something?
I.
I was about to say, there's a sending, and you might be able to create a sending stone.
Maybe.
Oh,
If you
I can do that.
Yeah.
All right.
took that as one of the
Uh,
things you can create already.
Yeah,
And you should be of level to be able to do that too.
I am. Okay.
And that's
I
if you
have
haven't used all of your infusions yet.
no.
I don't think she's used any of her fusions.
Well, I was going to last time,
And now you have the time. So make sure you mark off your infusions that you want to use, and then make your sending stones.
the only thing I wanted to make was the tried and true bag of holding, but sending stones will be. Do I have everything on me to make them like
Sure.
realistically as I'm flavoring this?
Yeah, you can make them. You can make the prototypes of them.
How
so
long
yeah,
will it take me?
an hour.
A long rest.
Oh yeah. Is
Give
it?
me an hour. Oh,
Yeah, it'll take you a few hours. It'll take you a long rest.
I was about to say, it says a long
Give
rest
me-
right in the ability description.
give me a few hours and I'll work something out, and I'll make something that we can communicate with. Do you have a basement, Mr. Lage?
Could you say that again?
Do you have a basement, Mr. Lage?
What?
Basement.
Okay, I'll just talk my normal
I don't
voice.
think so. I don't think we do.
Hmm. No, I was just going to go into a part of the house that's currently unoccupied and close the door. Maybe I'm going to close it and get to work.
She crawls into. She goes into the kitchen, opens up one of the cabinets, crawls into it.
Sure, yeah. Just as long as I have privacy.
Yeah, you'll whip together some sending stones with ease.
Mm-hmm.
And you come back like 8 hours later. I have these. Everyone's just like drunk.
And give one to Cadus.
Make sure you also knock off any other infusions you want to knock out.
Seeing as you can make them all in one long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Anyway, seeing as Cadus is going through, you'll have plenty of time.
I need to look at my.
All right, so
my
Cadus, you have sending stones now.
Mm-hmm.
You know that they can travel through the planes. Well, communicate through the planes.
If I don't know that in character, I'm pretty sure I'll explain that.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to take her word for it, because I don't know shit about magic items.
Well, for all intents and purposes, they don't look like stones. Cause
What do they look like?
They look like smaller versions of like those like wooden TVs, I suppose. But it's not like, obviously it doesn't have a screen. It's just like
It's basically, it looks like a wooden
a
walkie-talkie.
tiny little, yeah, that. But it's like radio format, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So she makes you a radio. She makes you
Okay,
one.
so long-
She makes you one of those "Don't Starve" radios.
As long as you're sure it will work. If we can't just shout through the portal.
It will, but
Don't
maybe we
break
should
it.
just make sure. I like to proof everything I make.
Probably
We
a very
don't
good
know
habit. You little hobbit.
what.
The fuck's a hobbit?
Another name for a halfling,
What?
actually.
You can't
Regardless,
say that. Only we could say that.
that's our word. Right
You
then,
could say hubba.
Hobba. What's
It's a
up, my
fun fact,
hobbas?
though. It's a fun fact, though. In the original conception, halfling is kind of a slur for hobbit. In a matter of speaking.
So then,
Just some time in history they got swapped around and no one knows why or remembers.
Yeah.
Or just doesn't care. My money's on that one, knowing the people of the world.
I don't know if it's a. I don't remember. I don't actually recall if it's a slur or more of just like an
Fucking
endearing like
shit.
term, but it's the
Abba
insult
doesn't
one.
care what you call her, just don't insult her intelligence.
I would never.
Or, insult something else, but that's a secret.
But yeah,
Alba has secrets. What?
Crazy! No one else has ever had secrets in this party or any campaign. Wow.
I don't know
Since
what you're
this is
talking
new,
about.
groundbreaking.
Wow.
no, I'm the oddball. I always play somebody who's all out in the open.
and yet the party and him know the least about himself.
That was a
Well,
super easy.
basically, he doesn't know what he has to hide, really.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So
So-
then, I believe we've stalled enough. Cadus. What do you do?
Now that I have the Sending Stone in hand,
I should also ask, what color do you go through on?
I think I would start on red.
Mhm.
And have somebody, let's say, Elba, change it to her color.
Mine's
And
red.
then Elba, not Elba. And then have Elba turn it back after a few minutes
Elba's
while I'm
secret
watching the window.
I know, shocker. It was the big twist all along. Yeah, so you're gonna head into the portal then. Yep, you head in, still the same, still the same field, still the same farmhouse in the distance. Despite everyone saying, "Oh, it's totally red and it'll probably look red," looks entirely normal. You test the sending stones; they work.
Okay.
And then Elva walks up and touches the stone, and the portal disappears.
Well, we do know it
Disappear.
closes the portal on the other end when the color is changed. So that's good to know.
Well, it's my turn.
Yep.
And I just, plink the portal.
And for you guys, it turns back to red. But Cadus, you are not there. Cadus, let's go have a little chat, shall we?
Oh boy.
How you doing, Cadus?
I'm doing well
You enjoying the session?
so far.
Yeah.
I'm about not like this, am I? Ain't I?
Probably not. I mean, depending on how it goes, you might get some answers.
Okay.
Cannot play. What do you mean you cannot play? Fuck you, nigga. Come on. Play this. Trying to get this to play music. There we go. That way it
I should
sets
probably
the...
unmute rhythm.
Yeah, that way it sets the mood. So then, Cadus. The portal has closed behind you.
Mm-hmm.
The dreary silence of the farmhouse sits off in the distance as your only landmark now remaining. And the field sits in silence. In the distance, you do see trees around you, of course. And, of course, in the far distance of the edge of the forest, or of the farm, I should state. And the sun is high in the sky. What would you
Okay.
like to do?
I told them to reopen it in a couple minutes, so I'm going to sit there and wait for a few.
You get no response.
Okay. And to try calling through the sending stone.
Nothing.
Well, this is going to be fun.
Yeah,
Well,
it
might as well
is.
go see what the, what's up with the farmhouse.
Yeah, it is. I was hoping one of you would do this. You don't mind if I go grab my book with all my notes, do you?
Go for it.
Alright, I'll let you just have the situation sink in while I'm gone. Just think what you want to do, and maybe you'll come up with something. Alright? Good luck! You know, by far, the best decision I ever made with this house is hooking up that fridge downstairs because, god damn, I love having cold beer. I also grabbed some chips.
Okay.
Because for the next hour, it's just you and me, buddy.
Now the question is, did you want to deal with the rest of the party in the meantime?
I think I'll just let him panic.
Okay.
Because, spoilers, they can't help you.
Didn't think they could.
Yeah. So
Well,
then.
I guess I'll start making my way towards the,
God, it's so awkward here right
Farmhouse.
now.
Yeah, it doesn't help when my brain just stops with the words.
Farmhouse. You're gonna go to the farmhouse.
Yes. Meanwhile, my brother's over here making snide comments.
What's he saying?
He was making a joke about the fact that, yeah, your brain never has any issues with words. What you talking about?
Ah, that's a good big brother.
I'm the big brother.
Yeah, well, he's the big brother now.
True. Yeah,
Give
making
me a
my way
sec.
over to.
Yeah. By now. There you go. I give them a little bit of a prompt. Welcome to the hell of dealing and talking with each other without me there.
And without their moral compass.
Oh, yeah. So, how much you want to bet everyone's dead by the time we get back? Actually, I'm still thinking of what I should do if Saber comes back. If he just pops up beside you, that'd be hilarious. Either way, we'll see. So,
Depending on how bad this goes.
yeah, if you survive that long. So then,
I should. I'm
nope.
decently built for a point by wizard.
Sure. So then, you make your way to the farmhouse. It is, in fact, a farmhouse. Not any you would easily recognize, so don't waste your time. It's clearly of some different make than any lands you've traveled so far.
I was about to say, I wasn't even going to bother trying.
Yeah, because Bianca's like, oh, I know buildings. It's like, no, shush.
Is there any sign of somebody who has lived here? Like paintings or books, journals?
Well, you're still outside of it, but you can peek through the windows. Most of which are actually fully intact, in fact. All the windows and doors, the farmhouse just seems as if one day people all that were living here vanished. So yes, there is signs of people having been there, but not for a long time.
Well, that's interesting.
There's no food left out. There's any signs of, like, life in general. A strange thing you would notice is there's not even any cobwebs. And again,
Well, I
nothing but
determined that
smells.
there's not even so much as insect life so far, so spiders won't last very long.
Mm-hmm. Well, not without finding out something else to eat, but yes.
So I start looking. I enter the building. Is the door locked?
Nope. It opens actually pretty easily. Almost as if it was welcoming you. The house, of course, is dark, of course. As, again, no lights, and no electricity, of course, because, well, let's face it, we're not that rich.
Well, that's moderately worrisome, depending on what happened to the previous residents here. So with that, he's going to go to Mage Armor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've had that on since last you cast it, so no big deal.
It only lasts 8 hours, and we've done a long rest since.
Yeah, so it plinked off, and then you just plink it back on. I ain't a meta bitch.
But it's like, okay, well, now that we know that there's no one here, let's see if there's any information in, like, a journal.
You're going to keep the information in a journal, or you're looking for a journal?
I'm going to look to see if there's, like, some kind of study or writing desk that might have.
It's a nice, simple 2-story building. You estimate, based off of, like, initial swoop through the house, it has a basement, which is locked. Well, I say locked, but, you just are hoping it's locked. As I'm not going to, just say, oh, I go in the basement and reveal anything that's down there. But no. Yeah, no, there's a basement. There's a attic for, minor storage. And based off of your assessment, you're able to maybe justify 6 people living here. Lived here? Sorry. As for a journal, there is a room that does have a writing desk in it.
Okay, is there signs of journals, letters, anything to tell me what the people here were like?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, an easy search through everything. Like, you have tons of time, so you can easily rush or take your time. It won't matter. You'll get the same results.
I'm gonna go careful because I don't want to disturb whatever I'm not hearing.
Mm-hmm. Of course. So then, looking through, you carefully leaf through some paperwork. A lot of it is more or less just taking note of crops. You apparently you do piece together that whoever lived here was a farmer. Big surprise. They talk of, the locals in the city. They talk of it's the young master of the house, not the father, for he is busy most days, either working in the field, helping with the other workers, or in the city, trading goods. The young master speaks of his day to day. He would go out in the field, work, come in the afternoon, so on and so forth. Overall, relatively normal. He does speak of a love interest at one point, and how they would sneak off to, spend time with one another away from their families. And they go on and on about, oh, well, maybe we can move to the city and get a better life there.
And all this is in common, right?
Yeah. Granted,
Okay.
it is a bit weirdly written in common, like the calligraphy.
It's kind of like Middle English.
It's a weird calligraphy. You've seen farmer writing before. For fuck's sakes, you're traveling with a farmer now. You've seen how he writes and everything, and he's not retarded, so he does know how to write. It's a mix of that and some other language you can't quite place based off of his writing. Like you've seen the office work. Like you've seen this day whatever harvested this much grain, traded it for this much, doing this with the remainder, like putting it in storage for later. And that's clearly the dad's writing, but both of them do share a commonality between the two of them that you can't place your finger on, as you do not have the language proficiency of it.
Okay, so.
But overall, the journal that that the young son keeps, well, young master actually. Overall, yeah, he just tells you he had a love interest, and then one day they just stop writing.
And nothing in that is.
There are no hints. There's no hints as to what could have caused it. Everything seemed fine, at least from his journal.
So, as far as I know, it was just a regular day, and then poof, they're gone.
Mhm.
Okay.
Do you check anything else?
And most of the paperwork will be like bills of sales and everything else, right?
Mm-hmm. The bills of sales actually match up pretty well with the records in the journal. And they also just stop suddenly on the same day.
Oh. Everyone here's vanished. No warning, as near as we can tell.
Mm-hmm. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and give me an investigation.
Let's see.
Let's see if you... just to prompt some searching. Ooh, very nice. Two things you notice. One, there is... You're looking over this desk. It's a pretty plain-looking desk, and most people wouldn't look twice at it outside of the journal. Immersion.
There's a secret compartment, isn't there?
No. That'd be...
Okay.
No, they're farmers. They're not that smart. But underneath of the desk itself, actually, in the very back of the drawer, specifically, they seem to have wedged a few pieces of scrap paper back there, so that it would only be noticeable if you went and looked for it. And you find those pieces of scrap paper.
Anything written on them?
Yes. Day 13. It's been, at least I think it's 13. That's how many times I've felt the urge to eat, at least. So, that is what I am assuming to have passed. The sun still refuses to set. The sky is always there, watching me. I can feel its eyes on me. Whatever is here, it's been following me since I've gotten here. I don't know if I'll ever see my friends again. My loved ones. My family. Whatever it is, I can even feel it now on the back of my neck. I don't know where it is here. I've tried running, but it's still here. I'm going to try making my way into the city. Hopefully I can gather up something from this house. Maybe I'll try sleeping in the basement tonight.
There's a signature.
Nope.
Hmm.
But it is very much different writing.
Yeah. Was getting that.
Give me a second while I check what languages you know to see if you can pinpoint what race this person was.
Celestial and common.
You travel with elven associates. This person was clearly an elf.
Let's see. And I think I can ritual cast comprehend languages, so.
Yeah, no, it's very much clearly it was an elf who wrote this, but they wrote it in common. Every race, no matter how much they're taught, they always taught their basic language first, and then they learned the trader's tongue. Trader's tongue being common. But no matter how much they practice, you can always, if you pay close enough attention, tell what race wrote it.
Because
They've always got that.
they can't writing
Yeah.
due to their own natural language.
Yeah. They always try to incorporate. It's like the elves have like a small flair with some words. Dwarves are very mechanical in their writing. It's always, everything is perfectly spaced, perfectly sized, etc., etc. Tabaxi
They
always,
all write in different fonts.
yeah, they all have their own style of writing, yes. It's all about paying attention, though. And seeing as you have nothing but time right now, you're able to pick that up.
We have an elf that wrote this, and I'm guessing the notes from the young master were human.
From what you're able to gather.
So, that answers that. He said the last message was something about the basement and trying to make it to town. Well, as I'm here, let's go check the basement.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Yep, perfectly fine. Weird that guy mentioned eyes, but perfectly fine. So yeah, you make your way to the basement pretty easily. You don't know how long you've been here, but, you know, your stomach kind of, you're feeling a bit hungry, but it'll probably pass in a few minutes. It'll probably, you know, you should probably eat eventually, even though you could have sworn you ate before you got here. You did have a long rest.
Yep.
And I hope you brought rations with you.
Oh, I still have the rations I started with. I've been eating good berries this whole time.
There you go, then. So, hopefully you make it. So then, to the basement. To your surprise, actually, it doesn't give as easily as any of the other doors that seem to almost welcome you in. It's almost as if something is holding it for a moment or two, but I assume you want in the basement, yeah?
I'm going to look closer at the door, see if it's just, like, stuck.
You can clearly hear that something is pressing against the door. It's inanimate. Someone probably barred the door. But you reckon with how long it's been, you could easily just shoulder check it open. Or, fucking drop kick it. Or however you want to break down the door.
I'll just shoulder check it, I guess.
Yep. It's surprisingly, and the only noise that you've heard in hours, maybe? Well, it hasn't felt like hours. But, regardless. Yeah, you shoulder check it open pretty easily. And, the crack rings out through the entire house, and yeah. I assume you stand to make sure nothing else starts immediately moving, as that has been the only fucking loud noise. Yeah.
I'm gonna stand kind of ready, firebolt, just in case.
Yeah, of course. No, go ahead and give me a perception check. Nah.
Not much better.
Nah, nothing. Nothing's there. Why would something be here? So, the door to the basement's open.
Okay,
Be good
gonna
now.
slowly go down.
If you have dark vision, right?
I do not.
Hmm.
I'll actually be pulling my quarterstaff out
Mm-hmm.
and casting Ghost Light on it.
Excellent.
Once I realize, oh, yeah, dark. I don't see so well in the dark.
Yeah. The basement's extremely dark. Even at nighttime, you have at least the moon and the stars to light up the night.
Exactly, and
The basement,
Cuddy's doesn't have much experience in basements right now.
yeah. And, yeah. So, you head down into the basement. Can you ping that spell for me, just to make sure, so I know if I have to tell you anything extra?
It's light, but the enemies can't see it.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else it says?
Uh,
Yeah, thank you. Ghost light, blah, blah, blah. It literally is just light that only you and your friends can see.
Yep.
That's dumb, but okay.
It's
got its use. I think it's slightly less than a torch, actually, though, because torches light about 30 feet.
Yeah, so does the actual light spell. It is a lot shorter.
But the only advantage is it's basically a concealed light. Okay, I can dig that. That might keep you alive. So then, yeah, you go down into the basement. The stairs give a gentle creak of the wood. Nobody's been down here for a while, but whoever used to come down here definitely came down here a lot. The stairs are very much worn out. Some more than others. Some of them actually creak so much you're even hesitant to step on them and even skip them. There's, of course, a banister, too. So, you usually shift your weight between the two to make sure you try and make as little noise as possible.
Yeah, because...
If you want, you can actually make me a stealth check if you'd like.
I would.
I mean, not that you have anything to hide from.
Even if I know that out of character, I don't know that in character.
Yeah, nah, you got nothing.
That is my perception.
Well, based off of your perception, nothing's here. And those are just the weird ramblings of some weirdo. Granted, there's also been an explorer, so, yeah, it's up to you how you interpret it. I'm not gonna force feed it to you. I'm not gonna force a bad roll to fuck you. So
It's a case of... Yeah, it may be weird ramblings of some weirdo who's just spent too much time here. However...
On the other hand, what if?
That weirdo might still be here.
Yeah. But yeah, no, you're careful as you can be to make your way down the stairs. And you're at the basement. It's dark. It's pretty crowded. Clearly this was made for storage of some sorts. Looking back at the door, it was clear somebody had put the broken remains of a chair between the wall and the door, and more or less just tried their best to keep it closed at all costs. There was, at one point, appears to be a chain on there, but the chain has long since broken. But down the stairs you are. It's a nice stone. It's a nice stone and dirt flooring. It's been swept a lot, so there's a nice pile of dirt. Nice dirt on the floor. But it's all off to the corners to keep things clean. There are several boxes all around. A couple of storage crates and the like. There is an old cradle off to one side of the building, or off to the one side of the room. I'm just gonna draw you. Yeah, fuck it now. I'll continue to describe it. This works. There's a cradle that's just sitting there stationary. There are a couple of older trophies that have seemed to have almost decayed with time around it. It's small. There's only one of them. It's a bear head. That's really notable. The rest seem to have long since decayed and been thrown out, but there are a couple of plaques with dates on them. There's storage crates, of course, all towards the front of the house. In the back, though, it reaches pretty far back. Your ghost light doesn't illuminate it, but as you... Well, do you want to check that, or do you want to check with the stuff that you can see first?
I would start in one corner and work my way around.
Mm-hmm. And then you're going to check everything. Okay. Yeah. You look around, and, there's... All the storage crates have been moved to the front. From what you're able to gather, this is a more recent occurrence, in that whoever wrote those notes was staying down here. There's clear evidence for it. There is a small sign of a fire that they had started. There's like a small miniature fire pit. There is a couple of, crumbs. There are a couple of bones, even. Not human or anything. Dried fish, dried meats, that type of thing. Rations. There's also been signs that they tried to make bread as well with the fire. To what avail, you're not sure. But it does line up with them stating that they were going to try and turn some of the wheat into bread for the journey. You also find a nice fortified corner. And when I say fortified, I mean like the heavier crates are here. All of them are just packed to the brim with they're packed with dirt. Like some of them. They're meant to just be in the way and there to prevent anything from getting in. And that is in one of the far corners, and you cannot see into it without moving that stuff. The other corners, of course, are lived in. Whoever lived down here was not leaving, as you find, poo. It's long since dried by now, though, so. It's often one of the corners that they seem to have dug a bit of a hole into to try and get dirt to fill the crates. Outside of that, there are, of course, a few scraps of paper littered about, and a old lantern. What would you like to check?
Oh, I'm going to start with the corner.
Which corner?
You had mentioned one corner I had to get closer with the light to see.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was going to
Well,
check into.
it's more than 20 feet of a fucking space is why. So it's about
Yeah.
maybe 60 feet in total of a basement. 60 feet back and about 40 feet wide. So you had to.
Oh, it's just a
It
big
took
blank
you a little bit.
space.
Yeah, it took you like a solid minute to at least look at everything. But that is all you're able to find, except for the one corner that is barricaded off. Is that the corner you wanted to check?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So how are you gonna check it?
Can I get? Well, one, get closer so I can actually get the light in there.
Yeah, you do. Can't see anything. It's a fortress, is what it is. It is. You find cloth over any cracks so that whatever was inside can't see it out, and vice versa. You find every other space is just packed either with scrap paper. This person clearly wanted to just seal themselves off as best as they could. And they were desperate.
I'm in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Only sign of life is somebody who may have been here so long they went insane,
Mm-hmm.
and they're nowhere to be found. There's signs that they barricaded themselves in the basement because they felt like something was watching them,
Mm-hmm.
which may or may not be accurate. And
Do you want some time to think about this while I go and make sure that they're not killing each other?
yeah,
Alright, I'll leave you alone for a few moments. Hey guys! How y'all doing?
Well, we waited for you for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I kind of had to set him up with some stuff. Meantime, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, he's
Well-
not in here.
I send you a DM.
Mm-hmm. He's pretty adamant on his position. Of, no, they like where they're at.
Okay.
Cool.
So then, you tried changing it back, and he is not there.
Right, and what about the sending stone?
Nothing works. What do you say to the sending stone, first of all? I guess I should ask.
Oh, I'm just like, oh, what happened? Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah. And explain the situation that we changed it back and nothing.
Alright, yeah, I'll keep note of that. But no, nothing,
Nothing comes through.
nope.
Nothing,
no responses. The signal definitely went out, but no response. And yeah, I would definitely look into that, by the way. Person who just messaged me.
I already explained that Alba pushed Gold to help around the house as repayment.
You're gonna what?
Help the village's wife with anything she
Yeah.
needs, like either fixing something on Alba's part or, whatnot, as repayment for using her living room and whatnot.
Yeah, sure.
While that's happening, I'll keep checking back. Sending stone, like in between shit.
Yep. If you guys aren't gonna do too much with the experimentations, then
I'm not sure what else we can do.
I mean, I gave you some time to think on it, and I expected you guys to have come up with something, but
I thought about shaking it, that's about it.
you shake it, nothing happens.
Besides, Alba thinks, like, strictly with things anyway. Less than a magical sense, more like, how do I pull this apart, or can I pull this apart, put it back together to make it work?
Lage kindly reminds you that that is his wife and she will kill him.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to do that. That's the way how she understands things. She doesn't understand things in an arcanic sense. So there's little she could do.
Anything else like to do before I head on back?
Not me personally.
Charles, Lage, anything?
I don't think so.
Alrighty then. Well, if you guys come up with anything, or if you guys want to say anything to the Sending Stone, just message me. All right. And I'll let you know if anything happens.
Wait, what? You going again?
Yeah. Oh, what? You think I was done already?
No.
No, you'll know when I'm done.
Well, yeah.
Alrighty then. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Right then. So, have you figured out how you want to get into that little corner yet? Cadus, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you for letting me know. I kind of wasn't looking at Discord. I had started talking already. Well, best thing I could think of is to take a firebolt to it and damage some of the barricading. Which shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, no, you go ahead and roll damage for it. It's a stationary object.
Yeah. Actually, GR 1D10. Nine damage.
Very nice. I don't know if you cut off or not, because you didn't say. Pushed everyone except
Well, out of character, seeing you're going, there's time shenanigans going on, which is why the sending stone stopped working,
possibly.
and why I'm already feeling hungry, even though I've only been here for
Couple
it feels
minutes.
like
Couple minutes, maybe.
at most an hour.
Lol, Lamau. But yes. So then, sorry, somebody is messaging me about murdering somebody.
I leave them alone for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
A fun moment where Cadiz is the only one that survives all of this by being stuck in some stupid pocket dimension.
Right then, so you're going to try and blow up the... let me get focused, sorry. You're going to try and blow up the fort they built. Yeah. Yeah, no, you bust a nice hole into it. Again, it's solid dirt, so...
So it doesn't catch fire. Okay.
Well,
Now
it's not solid solid dirt. It's crates filled with dirt and other shit
Yeah.
to, like, you know, pack it and weigh it down and make sure it can't be easily pulled apart. If you had higher strength, you could, or, you know, a method or leverage or something like that. Sure.
Like I said, I have a staff and whatnot, but yeah, no.
I know, this would more be a case of if the barbarian had came through, he would be able to specialize this. If somebody with higher wisdom came through, they'd be able to pass perception checks. You get the fun
Yeah,
stuff.
pretty much.
You get the fun stuff.
Okay. Well, now
Granted,
that I can actually,
everyone in comparison is kind of an idiot too. So,
okay,
yeah,
now that I can,
you've got the highest intelligence. That's why I've been giving you shit for free.
I can sit there and
Poke your head in.
start moving the dirt out of the way a
Yeah.
bit and get in there.
Yeah, you bust open one
I
of the
did
crates
that.
and just empty out it, and easily just a kick to it, the other side, and you're through, basically, with your own little entrance.
Okay.
Didn't
So
even,
now that I'm
doesn't even try deconstructing it, doesn't try to investigate it to see if there's maybe an entrance to it. Nah, fuck you and your barricade. Boom!
at this point, Cadiz is less worried about that, more worried about, okay, what's going on here? If there's something on the other side, I do not want to go through whatever door they have. Because that's their one entrance. They know this.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
This
you,
is the closest I can to getting a drop on them.
yeah, you bust through it, and you poke your head through, and nothing. It's just a corner with a blanket and some pillows from upstairs.
Well, at least they kept themselves comfortable.
Yes, this was very much their safe space, essentially. There's notes, there's a couple of sketches on the walls even, drawn in charcoal. There is a makeshift weapon of several sharpened sticks, and one very, very crudely made sword.
What is the drawing in charcoal of?
Thousands and well, I wouldn't say thousands, but at first it appears to be. It looks like somebody just took a charcoal piece and just drew lines a bunch. But as you look at it further and closer and examine it all, those lines are actually meticulously made and intentionally made. Those are all individual things. And whatever they are staring at the person drawing. And
Well,
the only
think
word
I
that is
figured out
written, and the only word that is written near it is "They're watching me."
Let's say I think I figured out what he thought was watching him. What exactly it is, I have no idea as of yet.
Go ahead and make me some kind of what intelligence-based thing can I make you do? I guess you know what history would work pretty well as artistic interpretations of things. Very nice. This was somewhere out in the field that he saw this. As you look closer at the sketching and the different sketches and everything, the way you piece together that he's drawn the field several times, and as you piece together the other lines that are drawn in front of these things in the foreground of them, is the field outside of one of the windows, from the view of one of the windows in the house.
Well, I found my next lead. Time to go play with the children in the corn.
There's also a whole bunch of drawings of other sketches and maps that he's tried making of the house, too. He's even written down, don't poop where you eat, don't want to get sick again. The buildings, they're their only protection. And is anyone alive, or is the city safe? Does the city still stand? Also, stay out of the woods is another thing he keeps repeating to himself. Specifically, in the very specific wording, don't listen to the cries from the woods.
Yeah, that's not terrifying at all, he says to himself.
You know, Aquin was giving me shit of how I am unable to actually do any kind of horror outside of blood and gore. I was really hoping he would have been the first one through. Carry on.
Yeah, you literally grabbed the wrong person for this, as the only person who had the guts to actually screw around and experiment.
Yeah.
Yay.
No, but I think you'll get more benefit out of this personally.
Well, Guess I'm gonna go check out the fields.
Huh. I was told not to go there. I'm gonna go there. Yeah.
No,
So
you didn't say anything about not going there.
fair point.
You made drawings of things in there.
Yeah. So you want to head up the stairs, huh?
Yep.
All right. Your stomach growls again, but you make your way up the stairs.
I'm gonna pull out a piece of jerky from one of my rations and start
Yep.
eating.
Go ahead and mark off a ration, just to be safe. As I assume you're going to eat while you walk and think and everything.
Yeah. Pretty much. Out of curiosity, my mage armor, it's still running, right?
Mm-hmm. For now.
So it hasn't been 8 hours since I've arrived. Did I find where I stuck my rations? There they are.
Yep, you have 16 of them.
So, has not been 8 hours yet. If I get hungry again before my spell wears off, I'll definitely know there's something weird with this dimension.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm moving up, I'm going to try the sending stone again.
All right, what do you say?
Okay, have you guys reopened the doorway yet? There's something not quite right here.
As you say, have you opened the doorway yet? You hear back, Cadus, what happened? Where are you? From Alba.
I'm currently in the house. On my way back to the fields.
Okay.
And let me guess, nothing.
Nope, no response.
Okay, that's now in character pudding. Okay, maybe there's some kind of time magic shenanigan going on here. Would explain the accelerated hunger a bit. Lord, I wish I knew more about time magic and not just blood.
But yeah. As you actually exit the house, however, your mage shield does wear off.
Oh, that's definitely not good. It means I've been in here for 8 hours, so it only feels like it's been a couple. That confirms.
Time
Time's moving
bullshit.
faster.
Yeah, time bullshit. So then. Still gonna head out to the field?
Has it gotten dark out?
Nope.
Because I know my ghost light's gone. Because that only lasts an hour.
Yeah.
I'm going to start by heading out towards where I remember the window being.
Mm-hmm.
That I crawled through. Is the portal
thought-
there?
I thought you went to... Oh, the mirror. I thought you said window.
Yeah, the window between dimensions.
Mm-hmm. No. You do not see any portal from the farmhouse.
Okay. Well, I would...
Oh,
Go
you're
out and
actually
actually
gonna
go
walk
towards it.
over there and check. No.
I don't know if there's some kind of perception filter on it or whatnot.
Mhm.
Okay, so... Well, let's go see what's in the fields.
All right.
And recast Mage Armor.
Go ahead and make sure you mark off the spell slots.
Yep, that's... that puts me at 1 first level slot left.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, buddy.
So yeah, which direction of the field are you heading to? You heading?
Trying to get as close to the drawing. Section as close to the drawing as I can.
All right. Well, let me rephrase how the drawing was. They were in the farmhouse, looking out from the second-story window towards the field.
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna try and find out which field they were staring at.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. It's off to It's between. It's not the one. As you actually do look around, you can see in the very far distance, signs of a city. Like you can see, you can see a larger building out in the farm, out in the distance, and there is also a second building, as you have circled the farmhouse in trying to figure out, all right, well, where the fuck did this motherfucker see this? There is a grain silo, along with a outhouse and a small shed next to it. So you're able to piece together where he saw it, and it is to the west. So you head to the west. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Hopefully, the dice stop hating him.
Yeah, I mean, you've rolled well. Last roll you did was pretty well. You even rolled pretty high on your damage.
Yes, all that's int-based.
Mm-hmm.
My wisdom is not exactly up there right now.
Nope.
Of course, I went through a magic portal and told my friends to close it.
Oh no, the consequences of my own actions! We meet again, I see. Alright, so perception. You look around and something... No, that was just a shadow. You thought you saw something, but you looked at it again and just a shadow. Shadow in the house. But anyway, so you make your way towards the towards where the figures were standing, yes? Or where you can guesstimate.
Yeah.
Hmm? Yep, it's just crops.
Do I see signs of footprints?
That'll be a survival check.
More wisdom!
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
I'm honestly surprised you guys didn't try. How about we send multiple people in first? I had to think prepared for that. Again, if anyone had stood out here, they haven't stood out here for years.
Okay. What exactly are the crops I'm currently standing amidst?
Good question.
Is it corn? Is it wheat?
A lot of it's weeds.
Okay.
Because, again, has been tended to in, 6 years. So, the more robust things, like wheat and such, have, wheat and barley have popped up, but a lot of it is just weeds.
Well,
Even in the cornfield that you saw near you when you first came here, even that was just decimated.
Well, I guess I could figure out how to make bread. Maybe they had a cookbook in there. I'll worry about that later.
Yeah.
So, for some reason, even though they reconnected the portal, it didn't keep it open. Just in case I wandered off. I'm gonna have a talking to with these guys when I get back. If I get back. Has the position of the sun moved since I've arrived?
Survival check. Yeah, it's hot out. Sun hurts to look at. It's weirdly orange. The sky's different color. It's... There's some time bullshit happening. You're just staring at the sun for a few minutes and just go, ow, my eyes hurt. And you don't know how to make a ground clock, so...
Yeah.
Let me reckon that.
Okay.
You didn't choose to make a ground clock when you first got here, and you don't know how to make one anyway. And you don't know what it would tell you anyway. Although you technically probably are smart enough to figure out how to make one at some point.
I was
But
about to say, I've probably seen a sundial by now.
yeah, I'm sure you've seen a sundial, but the question is, do you know how to make one out of the material you have? You know how to make one professionally, but can you kit bash one?
Stick in the ground. 12 relatively equal distant lines. I don't need numbers, I just need to see if it moves.
Mhm.
I put a mark on the line that the shadow's currently pointing to.
No, somebody went through first day of fucking Boy Scouts.
Nope.
That's actually one of the things they taught me in Boy Scouts, like the first day is, all right, here's how you make a sundial. It's like, why would we need to know how to make sundial? So you can know which way north and east is. To know which way you're fucking facing. It's like, yeah. So yeah, you make a sundial.
It would at least tell me if there's movement of the sun.
Where do you put it, by the way?
I'm gonna go out towards where I remember the portal being,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna just stick it there.
Sure.
And I'm gonna write a little note next to it saying, "Hey, idiots! If you reopen this portal, leave it open so I can get home."
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Then I'm going to guess I'll sit and wait for a few. Just then take what I'd feel would be like a short rest here.
Oh, okay.
Recoup some of the magic I lost with Arcane Recovery,
Mm-hmm.
which is, what, 2 level 1 spells?
Yep. And then suddenly, the portal opens up.
Ah, good. Do I see my friends on the other side of it?
You see them currently busy. They're
I'm
just
gonna
they're just doing housework, and none of them are really paying attention.
I'm going to step through it and go,
Give us a second. Let's move you back. Mwahaha. So then, as you... Oh, wait. Fuck. There he is. So then, as you guys are all about doing your housework, Cadus steps out through the wood mirror.
Oh,
well, good news, I'm back. I didn't die. Bad news, apparently somebody else had gotten trapped in there
Huh.
and may have gone insane. There is some kind of time effect going on. How long was I gone? Anybody know?
Couple hours.
Yeah,
Maybe.
well,
Maybe 2 hours for you guys.
well, it was long enough for... I was in there long enough for one of my longer spells to wear off. Which reminds me, about how much is left on the second casting?
Probably about 6 hours.
Yeah, it was maybe about 10 hours over there. Still no real idea where it was. Did I catch a name of the town that the sales were being done in?
No,
In
they
the
just
journal?
just called it the city.
And either the guy who got trapped there went nuts, or there's something watching whoever walks through. So, no more solo trips through this thing, okay?
okay.
So
But,
then,
yeah,
I'm gone,
Nothing-
by the way.
I mean, it's been 2 hours.
Yep.
Alright, well, so you do your thing.
Yep. I will be gone for a while.
Right then. So, yeah, Eve's not there.
yeah,
She's-
no surprise. You're probably booked as soon as I left.
Actually, before.
She booked it as you were going in.
Yep. I was like, I'm going, and then everybody just ignored me as usual, and then I was gone. It's like I wasn't even sneaky. I just walked out of the door, and just nobody gave a shit.
To be fair, that is the best rogue, is they go unnoticed. So
Yeah, I wasn't even sneaky.
I
didn't
know!
even try to be sneaky. I just walked out the door.
the fuck is with
no.
Saber?
I don't know. He hasn't shown up.
Oh, was it? his kid sick last week.
Oh, right.
I'm glad one of us remembers.
Okay, I've been
Yeah.
prepping this shit,
I know.
and you
Yeah,
know
but didn't you
damn
say
well it was good.
But yeah,
none of us got any of it?
Sometimes that happens.
it's definitely not something you want to do solo. I will not stop anyone.
Oh, rally.
I will not stop anyone from going through again. Just make sure you bring enough food. But I think I need to settle my nerves a bit.
Break the mirror just to be safe.
Cadus.
Do not break the mirror.
Cadus.
We just need to disconnect the device.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Wait, I have an idea. Wait, actually, that won't work. Never mind. Oh my god. I was gonna say Alba pulls out like.
Oh no!
About as good as the rest of my wisdom stuff has been so far.
Ugh.
So, yeah. The game has been punishing me for lack of oh joy.
Mm-hmm.
For the
Damn,
lack
if only
of
you had luck.
wisdom I showed by doing this experiment solo.
So yeah, what would you guys like to do?
Cadus is here right in front of us, right? Or
Yeah, Nicholas appears to be.
okay.
I'm
Alba's
going
gonna
to-
like pull out like a bottle of like stout. Just pour him a hard drink.
While you're doing that, I'm going to put my hand on your head and turn it towards something I'm seeing. Do
Okay.
you see that, or is
Alba,
this a side effect of the portal?
Alba, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Hold on.
You know, if Eve was there, she would say, "Remember, I told you this was a bad idea."
Hang on a second. I'm a human.
Nothing's keeping me from looking at it.
I rolled.
Oh no, it's the ring.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
I don't see anything.
Okay, so it's just a
Just
side
here,
effect
you
of...
drink this down.
Oh
Yeah.
boy!
It'll
Okay.
make you calm your nerves.
Yeah, that might be for the best. As I'm double checking, because I feel like I'm lacking something in my list here.
Hmm. I think
Remember-
we might want to take a small second so Charles can speak up.
Yeah, Charles speaks up. He's let's see. Right.
Right where Alba's face is being pointed towards, by the way.
Right. There's someone there.
Oh, good. So
Oh, good. It only just followed me out. Okay, thank God.
the portal didn't take my sanity because I was stuck there. I was worried. You know, what with a letter I found that basically some elvish person
are
said
you?
they were going nuts.
Some
He-
SCP
he's a-
shit.
He's addressing the SCP shit.
Well, after you blink, it disappears.
Oh shit. Well. Like, guess what? He doesn't blink. Nah.
Actually, there is a warlock thing that actually states, yeah, you don't blink Or breathe.
That'd
And
be-
every time you do, it actually scares you.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know what fun is.
Yeah. So then. What now?
Well,
So, at least I'm
I
glad.
don't remember.
At least I now know I'm not the only one seeing the weird shadowy thing. Makes me feel better.
Oh, good. I'm not the only one crazy. Thank God.
Okay, well, we know red portal's potentially bad. If we want to go through another one, two things. One, we're not closing it. Two, you're not going through alone. I'm gonna stay here and take a nap, though. I'm just gonna slouch down against the wall.
It's not like you have beds.
The only good news is, even if I was stuck there, I wouldn't have as much worry as as that elf did. And Cadiz is just gonna find a relatively closed corner and just slide down it, eyes
I
peeled on the rest of the room.
mean, there is the kitchen cabinet that Alba went inside of.
No, not that bad. I'm just going to have a corner and, look and call Lupa over. Because, yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to go, more power to you. And I'm gonna hold out the sending stone.
I don't think we need to go anywhere for now. But I'll still take the sending stone and put them in my new bag for safekeeping.
Alright.
And I would like to know what's going on with the other colors. But for now, can somebody who isn't tied to red touch the device?
I can touch it.
What's up? Wants to touch it?
Me?
Ah. Lage. Yeah, it turns yellow.
Yeller Miller.
However, it is not a field. It appears to be some kind of closet.
Oh boy.
So do I have to stay on this side?
No. You can go through. Do you want to go through, Lage?
Sure, why not? I'm not going in on my own because we've established that that's
Mhm.
not a thing to do. Does anyone want to go with me?
Maybe
Wait.
just wait until the
You
wizard
ain't,
is in
you're not
charge.
going in there, mister.
Why not?
You have a family. You can't go in there.
I could go with him. Elva raises her hand. As long as I go with him.
It's,
See, the bug lady will go with me.
I
You
think
fine.
maybe you should ask your wife about this.
I mean,
From what I've seen and heard, she'll be fine with it as long as the mirror is not broken and he comes back. If we don't close the
Yeah,
portal,
what if the latter doesn't happen?
well, as long as we don't close the portal, there's a good chance he'll come back.
Luna gives you a gentle whimper and licks your face.
Good girl.
Yeah.
Head back, eyes closed this whole time.
Yeah, she'll rest her head in your lap as to try and comfort you. She even so much as like crawls fully into your lap to almost be in a protective nature, almost acting like a blanket. As she rolled very high on her insight, it was like, oh, he's unwell. I should help him. And her solution is to put her giant dog ass on top of you. Shut up, furry. Shut up, furry, before I throw you in the fucking portal. So then, Alba and Lage, huh?
Oh no! Why couldn't you just wait? No, we have to, like, the other people have to sit around for half an hour.
I mean, do you all want to go in? You can wait if you guys want, but I leave that up to Chris.
And just to be on the safe side, if the rest of them are going in, Charles might staying out with me. Just in case that shadowy thing actually can do more than just stare menacingly at us.
Yeah, I'm not going in there.
So, Chris, up to you.
Okay. Who does that leave?
Alba volunteered to go with you.
Okay.
You just gonna go with
Yeah,
Alba?
Elva, not Alba.
Oh,
Or Elva, the moth, the healer.
Okay. So is that just gonna be it? Me and Alba? No, Elva. Sorry.
Yep. Just you and Elva, unless anyone else wants to suddenly tag along.
Yeah, I would in a day.
Well, going once, going
I mean,
Tag along for what now? Sorry.
through the mirror portal.
Oh, through the mirror. Hell yeah. He's been waiting for this. He'll tag
Alrighty
along.
then. So we've got 3 people going through. Do we hear number 4?
go and fuck yourself.
Can I just,
Oh,
like, play around of COD in the background or something? Because I'm gonna just be sitting around.
I mean, if your character doesn't want to participate, that's up to you.
Dude, I am doing something which will take me a day. I told everybody I will be back in like a day or a day and a half or something like that, and everybody's just like, let's do everything.
All right, for the
I know
sake
Brian's not
of
win.
Eve
Yeah.
being able to tag along, I'll say a day has passed.
Motherfuckers, all of you.
So, Eve, a
I
day has
mean-
passed. Your thing got done. Would you
I just
like to
assumed you
accompany?
weren't interested.
Would you like to accompany Charles and Lage and Elva into the portal?
Elva.
First of all, oh yeah, I know that we're in the house of the what's his face?
Lage.
Lage.
You're barbarian.
All right, I want to just like walk through the door after like a day and just be like, "What's up?"
Cadus is sitting
Something
huddled in a
happened.
corner. Is sitting huddled in a corner with a blanket over top of him.
What'd I miss?
Cadus is comatose. But
All right, good talk.
Okay, red door has some kind of time acceleration. Weird, creepy, shadowy things. One of which
Right.
may or may not have followed me out. Oh, and closing the portal and reopening it tends to cause a disconnect for a while.
Remember when I said this was a bad idea?
Yes, we all heard it. We're about to go through. Do you care to tag along?
They're about to try the yellow one, I think. It'll be fun. Somebody can laugh about it later.
Do you guys just all have a death wish?
Well,
No.
if the church doesn't kill us,
Suicide Squad.
something else will.
so then, is that 4 people going through?
Sure.
Alright. Hope nobody touches the mirror. So then, that is...
I was about to say, as soon as they're through, I was going to ritual cast the hut so that I'm encased in a bubble with the mirror.
Yep, and Kaylee, right?
Yeah.
You wanted to go too?
Yes.
Alright, Cadus, enjoy your retelling with Shoku. Hey guys. So, you went through yellow.
Yes.
Fun. Let me set up the mood again. I suggest for ambiance and for the sake of everything, enjoy some music. So then, you step out one at a time. Any particular order you guys want to enter, or
I'll go in last.
okay? So you all more or less end up there with who the fuck just pinged me? Oh my god, my DMs! Stop it! Both of you, shut the fuck up. I've got enough
I'll
people.
go like second to last.
Alright, so Charles goes in first. Eve right up his butt.
What, second to last, motherfucker.
Oh right, there's 4 of you actually. So Charles goes in first. Elva, Eve, and then well, somebody just disconnected.
Hi, Charles.
Yeah, Bianca.
Charles
No,
disappears.
wait, what? Oh, right.
Oh
great.
fuck, he can't get back. Hold on, he's got connection issues.
Music.
He got too spooked. Anyway, you guys can fill him in. First thing I'm gonna need straight out the bat is perception checks.
Okay.
All right.
Cadus had a lot of fun here.
Oh god, where's perception? Why am I not? Oh no, I am proficient in perception.
Alright, so we're gonna need that.
Well,
God damn it.
profile. We're gonna need that profile. I should just start deleting these, honestly. Just get out ahead of the curve. Alrighty then. You all want to stick with those perception checks?
I mean, I'm the only one that can change it, and I feel like I'm gonna need it for something else.
Maybe. Hey,
Uh,
Charles, make a perception check. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little grave sites, 4 little. Da, 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 da. Right then. So, first thing you all notice is only thing you're capable of hearing is your own heartbeats, as not a single thing seems to stir. And secondly, this closet is very crowded. It got very crowded very quickly.
oh, we're in the closet dimension.
Yes.
All right.
It also smells really bad here.
Oh god.
Those of you with
Somebody-
those of you with dark vision, you look down and notice you're in a latrine.
It's not a closet.
No. So you all quickly pile the fuck out of there, presumably.
Yeah.
Why is there a mirror in a shit house?
There's not a mirror. There's just the hole that you guys came through.
Oh. Interesting.
Well then,
Oh.
outside of the shit house, is, well, it appears to be the interior of somebody's house.
What kind of house?
It is, from the look of it, it's probably middle class, you'd reckon? Maybe even upper class? It's quite hard to tell. There's not too much furniture here anymore, and it looks like whoever was here moved away.
So it's abandoned?
All of the windows are covered up either with sheets or with boards. And
We know.
there's very little light here. Luckily, most of you have dark vision. Most of you. Lage, you're completely in
Yeah.
the dark.
Charles
As he-
is a human, though, right?
Yes.
So he doesn't have dark vision. Then.
No, he has dark vision.
I guess I pull out a torch.
Charles, don't you have dark vision?
Humans don't have dark vision.
Yeah, but there are ways to get it. I could have sworn he had dark vision. Yeah, he has dark vision.
Huh. think Charles is having microphone issues.
Quite possibly.
So, do we know like what region this house is from? Like,
What do you mean?
does it look like European like style? Like,
I don't know what you're talking about, European, but from what you're able to
No.
gather, it
Our
is,
world.
yeah. In our world, yes, it would probably be 18th century European.
okay.
As you guys wander out into the room, you realize you're probably in the living room. As the living room leads to the kitchen, there's a hallway connecting them, and you came out through that into the hallway. Yeah, when you gotta poop, you gotta poop. So, there is the kitchen to your left, another hallway leading behind you, behind the toilet. Not actually behind the toilet, but you know what I mean. Around the corner of the toilet. Leading to 3 other rooms. The living room with the front door and a thing of stairs going upwards. There's also what appears to be a closet in underneath the stairs. There is
Can I
a
look
minimalist furniture, as there's next to nothing. Go on.
Can I look around to like just get a basic idea? Because you said it's boarded up from the outside or the inside?
Inside.
Inside.
Mhm.
Inside. That's interesting. Normally, if it's abandoned, it might be boarded up from the outside. Like looking around the interior. Is there like a lot of dust that settled? Does it look like there has been any movement recently?
No.
No. So
One
it's-
thing
it
you
looks-
notice, a big thing you notice, there is no dust. There is no sound of wind. No signs of insects. No sign of anyone.
Are the boarded windows like completely neatly board on board, or is it like the typical abandoned house that you have like a gap here and there that you can peer through to the outside?
Any gaps that are there are covered up by a sheet.
Sheet of what?
Like, it's, well, from the look of it, and with general knowledge, these appear to be just household sheets. Rather,
Bed sheets?
yeah, rather nice ones, too.
What the fuck is? Okay, can I like carefully just like pull the sheet a little bit to the side so I can like expose one of the gaps on the window boards and look outside?
Sure. What window do you want to look out of?
Uh,
Out of which room?
Out.
Out of the kitchen, out in the living room, out in one of the other rooms, upstairs.
Once we come out of the toilet, what room is the closest?
Probably the living room, which
Then
is
out of the living room.
strangely empty. Yeah.
Yep.
So you peel back one of the. Are you peeling one near the front door or just the one that's off to the wall?
I guess towards the door.
You see empty city streets of very tall buildings too. Like unnaturally tall, modern day tall buildings. But they're still made of the same compository build of the era that you guys are currently in. Well, were currently in.
Is there a kitchen?
Mhm.
Okay. Can I go there and like check like to see if any of the food is expired or anything?
There is no food to be found.
Oh.
There
I don't
are
think-
there are signs, however, that somebody has already raided this place.
Huh.
Some of the things have been hastily left open. Even all of the cutlery is missing. Anything of any kind of value or remote use has been taken.
Kind of motion over to Charles and I say, I don't think anything living has been here in a while.
Once again, something seems very odd about this place. All I can see outside is does the architecture look like? So you said it's still in the same time vein as ours.
Yes. It's just that
But-
it appears there are much taller buildings, is all.
Is that even possible, like, for medieval standards?
Well, magic exists.
So
Theoretically,
let me-
anything is possible with magic. But you're not
So
a
it
magic
looks
user, so
like-
you don't know.
It's kind of but so it looks like a, I guess, skyscraper, but built out of like cobblestone and shit.
It'd probably be about 4 or 5 stories tall.
Huh. Very strange. Everything is abandoned outside. There's no sign of anybody.
Mm-hmm. Eve, go ahead and roll me a D100.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Quick roll. D100. 30.
Do you want to stick with that roll?
I mean, luck only counts for ability checks, basically, and attack. So anything that I roll a 20, so I can't re-roll.
I would allow you to re-roll this if you would like.
I don't know what I need. Is low good or bad?
Mm.
Well, I don't know, because low could be good. Normally, a percentage dies, the lower the better. But I don't know how you do the rules, so I don't know.
So what do you want to do?
I'll just keep it, because I don't fucking know what's gonna do.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check one more time.
Alright.
As you stare out the window again.
Alright.
You want to stick with that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's an okay roll.
Alright then. So, as you're looking out this little peephole and telling people what you see, you're looking across the street to this larger 5-story just architectural structure. And for a second, you thought you saw someone staring back at you.
Huh.
From one of the windows, but as, like, you called it, like, when you weren't fully focusing, you were scanning the windows, just like, alright, well, if I wanted to break into here, which window would I go through? Just, random, and you're just looking through, and you're just scanning over every window carefully, and you move on to the next one, and then out of, like, almost the near peripheral of your focus, you thought you saw something. And you quickly go back, and something changed in that window, but you can't tell.
Does that match the description of what Cadus and Charles mentioned of the seeming entity that followed them?
It's more that the building is also boarded up from the inside, but it appears as if somebody had just stuck their finger in one of the curtains and pulled it back slightly. After you look at it for a couple of minutes.
Well, I do presume that we're not alone. It seems that whatever these entities are, they're present in this dimension as well, or whatever this place is. So, Cadus did mention they can harm us, though I'm not sure how comfortable I am with the idea of something stalking us.
What do you mean? Oh, shit, did Jack Rabbit leave? Oh, no, he's on Chris's. Okay, so, Chris, I believe you're going to be having your brother visit you soon.
Yep, he's here.
Alright.
Alright, so you want to fill him in?
Phil John in?
I mean, did he miss
Jack
anything?
Rabbit?
Eve spotted something but hasn't said anything yet. All she said is, well, we're probably being watched.
Fill him in. You talk to Eve.
Yeah. So then, what would you two like to do now that you share one body?
I mean, it did kind of call it out to the other two.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm filling in Jack Lab right now. You guys.
Yeah. Outside of that, no, Lage has checked the kitchen and determined, nobody's been here. What next?
I'm going to kind of turn back, look back to the like attached outhouse and make sure that the door is like wide open, so that in case we need to hastily retreat, we have immediate access to the portal.
I mean, you reckon either one of you could easily just kick the damn thing off its hinges if you really wanted to keep that door open.
I was just saying, I want to keep the door open so we could just, you know, I mean,
Jump.
the door should still be open. Nobody closed it.
Yeah, no, it's still open. But I'm just saying, if
Alright.
you really wanted to, you could just break it off its hinges to make sure.
It
Elva,
should be fine. I guess.
Elva, of course, is actually just sitting on the toilet, not going or anything, just kicking her feet. Doo-doo-doo.
Should we leave this
You're
house?
not worried about the. I'm not sure how comfortable I am with the idea of going outside. Something about this place just rubs me the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Okay, does that mention these entities can't harm us, though?
Did he?
What if there are different entities in the different dimensions?
Did he mention that?
Yeah, he said they can.
Yeah.
They can harm us.
I don't recall him saying that.
Charles is gonna want to leave because he's did something about being in and out.
Well, no, you're not in an outhouse. You're inside of a fucking Victorian building.
We left that.
Oh my god, this is going to be hell.
Yep. As I said, that family needs to invest in some better microphones.
You need to invest in better computers. But
It's not the microphone. It was the connection. It was fucked up. It was definitely not the audio. That was an effect of just me being connected but not actually connected.
Right.
regardless, what would you two like to do? As Elva just continues to kick her feet on the toilet.
Well, if we're not leaving this house, has anyone checked upstairs yet?
Nope. You've only checked the
Nope.
kitchen and the living room and a little bit outside.
You're welcome to go upstairs.
Miss, oh, I can move at the speed of sound and avoid everything in a fight.
There might be ghosts up there. I ain't going up there first.
You've
I'm
got
squishy.
magic.
I don't know what you
Well,
want.
you've had access to magic weapons, so they would have been able to do damage to a ghost.
I have a technically +1 counts as a magic weapon.
Yeah, they should be fine.
I just can't be within 5 feet of it to not have disadvantage on the attack.
Why would
So
you
I take
suspect
the-
anything in this session might be ambush-based creatures? What makes you think that? Why would you think that?
Oh, also, I mean, not that that's meta information, but ghosts are like it's not even that they're resistance. They're straight up immune to non-magical weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why you usually don't try to fight ghosts at a low level.
Well, maybe don't pick a fight with a ghost.
I fucking hate ghosts. They give me the heebie-jeebies.
I'm sure I can give you other huge. Anyway, so
Yeah.
then you Negroes. What are you doing?
I'm just drawing my sword and like slowly walking up the stairs.
The only noise you guys hear for miles on end is the creaking of the stairs as the largest motherfucker blows any stealthy advantage any of you would have even passively had to creak up the stairs.
You're doing good, Lage? Lage.
I think.
Lage Lipla? I don't fucking know how to pronounce that name.
Maybe Legelpa? I don't know.
Lage. Let's just go with Lage.
Brian gave me the name, okay? I don't know.
I read it. No, I didn't give you shit. The fucking site did.
It did?
Yes.
Yeah, you can rename those if you want.
I didn't know if Brian had like a
No.
specific name he wanted.
God no.
No. That's a pre-generated cheat. They always come with random names.
Although I
Great,
do
okay.
like the name Lage, so keep that incorporated somehow.
Yeah, just remove the LPA.
I'll just do Lage, I guess.
Yeah. So then, Lage, as you up the stairs. Tra-la-la-la-la. Elva, of course, will take up the rear of the party.
That's good. I guess I'm going second last again because I, have a tank in the front and a tank in the back. That's good.
The cleric, clearly a tank.
Hey, I saw her beat up a ton of fucking zombies on her own. She'll be fine.
Does a shit ton of damage.
Yeah.
Mm,
Oh, she's got a lot of health. She'll be fine. Gets flicked once. Ah! Dead.
She probably has more health than me.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I just leveled her up, actually, so. But yeah, so you guys make your way upstairs. Well, yeah, you guys make your way upstairs. There are several more doorways. Well, hallways, I should say, leading to different doors. And another set of stairs going up.
Another. Oh God.
Okay. I guess I'll clear this floor and then you guys go up to the next one.
Right.
So, Lage, you go off and check the room that you're currently in. There are about 8 different rooms. 8 different doors, at least. Any particular order you want to hit them in?
Just nearest to me, going
Yeah.
down the hall.
You open it up and empty room.
Okay. I guess I'll go to the next one then.
Yep, you open it up. Empty room. Windows boarded up. Curtains drawn. And looks like somebody went looting through here.
Are there like any signs of anybody other than like that there's nothing here? Like how do I know that there's been like people here that are like looting?
There are holes in the walls where possibly nails used to be. There are signs that there used to be furniture in this room. And all of those signs point to either somebody moved or looted.
Okay. I move on to the next room then.
Mm-hmm. You open the door. There's no room. Just a giant hole.
No. That's odd.
It's a giant hole leading to the outdoors.
Wait, on the first floor?
Second.
Well, no, you have
This is
the ground floor and then you have the first floor.
Oh, right. Europe has that thing. Right.
What do you mean Europe?
Well, in Europe, that's in European areas, they have that. There's the ground floor and then there's the first floor. In America, we have first floor, then second floor.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's weird.
America making everything complicated again.
Hey, who won 2 world wars? We fucking did. Yeah, I don't care. Not getting into this. So then.
So he's opening a door, and it's like it goes straight. It's not boarded. It goes to the outside. So he's just there. It's just hovering in the air.
No, it's not that it's hovering in the air. It appears that something had hit the building you guys are in and took out a chunk of the fucking building.
Oh, so it's not like it's not like supposed
No, it's
to
not
look like
natural. No. Whatever was here is no longer here. And as you just casually poke your head out and look around, the next 4 rooms are similar, and the next 3 stories up, along with getting procedurally worse up the higher you go.
Well
Huh.
then,
But not the ground floor?
Nope, not the ground floor. Didn't hear that, Charles.
Worse as in more and more non-existent.
More and more damage has been done. So whatever,
Right.
if he makes me a certain check, intelligence? Just a general intelligence so I can give you this information. Alrighty then, you have no idea. Whatever the
Great.
source was with either outside or above you. That's all you're able to tell. You're not an explosives expert. If only somebody like an explosives expert had came with you.
Are there any like claw marks or anything?
Nope. Nothing that you can tell.
Okay.
Although you do have a nice shot outside, which is pretty nice. Rather gray. but, you know, nice roads, paved. Not the worst place to live, if, you know, anyone was alive here.
Okay. So I'm gonna assume there's. Well, I shouldn't assume anything. I'm gonna go over to meet up with Charles and Eve.
Yep, you guys are still, I assume, on the staircase.
Yeah, I
Yep.
guess we would have made our way up while he was checking.
You know, you check the first 2 rooms, and you see Lage come back and just, you know, I don't know what expression you have on your face, but I assume it's not a good one. As you try to wrap your barbarian brain around what the fuck could have made that.
Okay. I guess I'll tell them about like the looting and the giant hole in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Strange.
Mm-hmm. So what next?
I
Do you
guess-
think?
Go on
You
Lage?
go.
What?
Go on Lage?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's worth it to check the rest of the building, or should we move on?
I don't know. It seems this place has been very thoroughly picked. I mean, there can always be little nooks and crannies that people didn't check or didn't find, and I'm relatively good at finding these. But you know, depending on how long this has been here,
I'm
might be
very good
very
at
little.
finding. I'm very good at finding things. Doesn't even check the first floor fully.
well, because fucking barbarian wanted to do that.
Well, no, he wanted to check the second floor.
Wait, first, second. I'm so wait.
Right, so he wanted to check the second floor. I'm getting mixed up because I'm using European language. He wanted to check the second
Right.
floor. You
I
know,
thought he was the first, and we were going to check the one above him.
I don't know.
I wanted to check the first floor, so we didn't get to check the ground
You
floor.
wanted to check the ground floor, right?
We checked the ground floor while we were
I
there.
Okay, then let me cut back to you guys checking the ground floor. Let's just use ground floor, fucking second floor, and then so on and so forth, okay? And then we'll use basement as basement, okay? Let's all just agree on that
And
language.
That's not how either of our systems work.
Exactly. So that
Great.
way we're all
Triple
fucked, but we're
round
all on the
to
same page.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Exactly. Everyone's equally fucked. Let's go. So then, you guys are checking the ground floor, correct? While the barbarian's checking the second floor. Correct?
I guess we could all roll investigation checks to see if we find anything.
Well, the thing is, you guys have a lot of time, is the good news, so you don't have to roll these checks. I didn't make Cadus roll any checks. I'm not going to make you guys roll as many, too many checks unless it's something hidden. So then,
Alright.
you check the first floor, the ground floor, pretty easily. I really just want to call it the first floor. Let's stick with the American way, first floor. So you check the first floor pretty easily. A lot of rooms, of course, maybe bedrooms. Maybe this was like a tavern or an inn even. You're not quite sure. A hostel, perhaps. You guys do discover that there is a basement. And Eve, specifically being the curious looting bitch that you are, is this wrong?
Not every rogue, okay? Hashtag not every rogue.
Not every rogue. Is this wrong? No. As you immediately are like, well, what's under here? And you pull open the door that is... Or you pull at the door underneath the staircase. It doesn't budge.
I pull at the basement door.
No, not the basement door. There's a door underneath of, like, in a crawl space-esque, Harry Potter's room. Like that. It's a storage area underneath of the stairs.
Oh, it's a little storage cubby.
Yes.
Alright, I will check it for traps,
Okay.
which is investigation, I believe.
Yes. That is what we have established.
Alright, that's
Nope.
pretty good.
Barricade from the inside.
That's easy enough to fix. I have a crowbar.
Okay. I'm trying to think what that would be. Strength with advantage?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's do strength with advantage.
I'm
You
going
want-
to use luck. I'm going to use luck.
All right. Well,
Alright,
there goes your 3 luck points.
2 luck points. Instead of 1. God, how... Dude, can't tell me that rolling 4 3s is normal. I feel like something is fucked up with this website again.
RNG tends to lag sometimes, and they did an update,
Yeah.
which probably fucked with its RNG even more.
Well, no, this already was the case when I used this website like 3-4 years ago. I feel like they have something fundamentally fucked up in their dice calculator system, and just they have no way of actually fixing it.
I mean, I get a pretty good range of things. Either way.
Maybe I just rolled.
But yeah, with a 15, you push your full weight against it and you fall. You almost crack your face against the staircase, but you catch yourself because you're not a full moron, and you crack it open.
Very good.
Do you look inside?
I hope everybody is still within earshot because we're still on the ground floor. Yeah,
Yes.
the first floor.
Ground floor, first
Yeah.
floor. We'll use it interchangeably.
Carefully. I always have and you can always imagine that I have like one hand on my bow, one on my rapier. Then, in case something jumps out, I can immediately jump to action.
I can immediately launch my only melee weapon at it.
No, I have daggers too.
I can immediately launch my best melee weapon at it.
I will carefully peek inside, but I will not walk inside. I will just look at it first to see if I can see anything.
You poke your head in, and you look around. It appears somebody had been digging in here.
Digging.
They had broken... It's a lot bigger than it should be. Than any plans would suggest, like any would-be blueprints would ever suggest. As in, somebody had ripped the wall off of the wall and started digging in outside of this building to try and get out. On the other side is a much more destroyed-looking pile of rubble, is what you're able to put together. So perhaps this either caused some kind of structural collapse or something hit it. You don't know. But it is... they had dug into this to expand themselves out and make a sleeping nook. Which they thoroughly barricaded and almost seemed to defensively built up for themselves in a rushed state of things.
Right. And so it probably collapsed afterwards, considering the barricades were from the inside and there were no corpses on the inside, right? No
There are
human
no
remains. No. Okay. Any signs of recent movement? Any footprints? Any signs of struggle, blood?
Investigation.
Come on. That's okay.
All right, with a 14. You do... Actually, well... I'm not going to be too mean. Thanks to the crowbar and the way you forced your way in, you would have missed this. There were some claw marks at the door. However, you can't tell if they were pushing their way in, pulling their way in, or trying to pull their way out. But there are signs of claw marks. Large claw marks.
From the outside or the inside?
You can't tell. They're reaching onto the door. Is what that you had pried off with your crowbar and almost broke. You almost broke the claw marks, is what I'm saying.
Right.
And the way that it looks like something had sunk either blades into the side of it to try and rip it open or to pull it closed, and you're not sure which one is it.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and assume that big ass claw marks would indicate something trying to get in, because something that has big ass claws usually isn't the one that's hiding.
But what if it was?
I mean, do the like door frames or whatnot look like?
Who the fuck? Is that the bot?
Nope, that was the other person. That was Chris.
God damn it, Chris.
So now both of them are gone. Great. Now he's back down in the. There he is.
God damn it, Chris.
Sorry.
You guys and your fucking internet.
That time it was because I don't have a mouse.
Right then. So.
What?
Yes, you found claw marks.
Oh, how lovely. This is like
You put your finger in one of the holes, and then you wiggle it around, and then you put a second finger in, and you can still move them.
Right, and what I wanted to say was looking at like the door frames of the building and whatnot, and just the size of the general layout. Does it seem like the type of people who would inherit this place were larger than we are?
I mean, you're pretty tall, and you fit in the normal buildings.
Well, yeah, but usually I have to like duck my head down to get through the normal
Yeah,
door
but it's got
frames.
pretty high ceilings.
Yeah, but does it like? Because also, if you have like wider people, just like creatures that are built taller, just a lot more rugged and like thicker, than like us humanoids right now. And I guess you would also kind of see that like in the kitchen, I guess from the sink or whatever, they have the appliances there, or the window size of the windows and the door frames. It would be, you would notice.
I'm telling you, you don't know.
I guess. Okay. Right.
I was trying to indirectly say you don't know, but you just kept going on. I'm like, I'm eating chips, so after I do this, I'm going to tell him.
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell the other two, or with
Not to tell.
Alva.
Well, oh yeah, Alva.
I'm going to say, guys, there's some really, really large claw marks on this barricaded door that was barricaded from the inside, by the way. Something. I still think this is a bad idea. And seeing this and what Kata saw and what I saw outside, I feel like I'm correct in my assumption that this is still a bad idea. I just want to point that out.
Perception checks, everyone.
Ooh, net 20.
Very nice.
Hey, the first one tonight that I actually don't have to force with luck.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. And one more.
This computer blocks out. Can you please mute this down?
Okay, give me a sec.
They having some issues.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Elva, the ever vigilant, rolls an 8. Actually, she rolled a 2, but got an 8. Perceptive bitch. So then, Charles. Something's not sitting right in this house. Building.
You think?
No. Something isn't sitting right in this house. It's sitting in the corner. Lage! One of the doors wasn't open a moment ago, but now is. Eve? Someone's watching you. From the window.
Wait, the boarded up windows?
Mm-hmm. You know that hole you made? They're looking at you from
Yeah,
there.
that teeny tiny ass little itty bitty hole.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what's watching me?
All you see is just an eye. A little white speck before it disappears. As you snap your head to look at it.
Okay. Wait, one of the doors is open?
One of the doors that is near Lage is open, yes.
Okay. Something just looked at us through the window gap. I feel like it is time to go. We looked around, we found a bunch of creepy shit. This is like the perfect time to go. Right now.
I mean, it's not that bad.
I think we should gather a little bit more information first.
Yay! And Ella jumps off the toilet.
There are big as claw marks in the door. There was an eye that just looked at us through the window in this completely desolated, abandoned cityscape.
Elva walks up to the window, just looks out there. It's not abandoned.
What do you mean?
There's someone right there. And she
What?
points out the window.
I'm going to quickly walk over and look.
Perception check.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Can I roll above 10 for once, maybe?
Nah.
Jesus Christ, roll one net 20 and everything else just ass.
Yeah, there's tons of
I
people
don't
out there.
see it. Alright.
Where the
What
cleric,
do they look like?
where the cleric starts seeing shit.
What
Am I
do
still
people look
upstairs?
They're just normal people. You got some elves over there. She points towards, an empty part of the street. You got an orc talking to a gnome. You got some goblin-looking guy. Oh, he's red.
Right.
He's not very happy.
Yeah. She's seeing things. Lage, and you strike me as a very smart individual. If you want to stay and keep on looking, you're welcome to. But I'm going to take Alva. We're going to go.
Grab my bitch, I'm going home. Fuck you.
Come on, Alva. There's
They seem
cloth
nice.
that. Yes, I'm sure there's cloth on the other side of the outhouse where we came from that you can eat.
Yeah, but there's cloth here. She points to the blanket.
No, not this cloth. This is old and dusty and nasty. We have fresh one for you.
Yeah, but it ages like wine.
Don's gotten Discord to work. Can you transfer him over?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I can't wait for Awkward to just show up to next week and be like, "So, what did I miss? We're not going back in there." What? Okay.
Yeah. So what did I miss?
Elva is according to Eve, Elva is seeing things.
Yeah.
And Lage noticed that a door was open that wasn't open before.
Oh.
I pointed out giant claw marks that were on the little beneath the stair cubby board that were trying to get inside of the cubby that was boarded from the inside. And for a moment there was just an eye dot, just an eye looking through the little gap where I had peered out of the window staring at us, and I was like, let's go.
Elva's actually going to walk over to the little bunker-esque, well, I call it the bunker, that you had pointed at. There are nice people in here. And she sits as small as she can and just seems to snuggle up between two people.
Alright.
The man in the back has big hands, though, and he's very scary looking.
What?
Right back there. And she points to the very back.
The very, very back of the cubby?
Mm-hmm.
I really hope there's not actually somebody. I still see nothing?
You still see nothing. Actually, you know what?
Alright.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my fucking god.
Does Elva have true sight or something?
You know.
Well, that's on the one side that's a 6, on the other side that's a natural 20.
Whatever she's pointing at really doesn't want you staring at it.
Huh.
Your brain
see
is
nothing.
even screaming at you to stop looking in that direction.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So I get the sense that, like...
You get the primal sense in your very genetic being to not look where she is pointing.
Alright,
And whatever
Elva,
is there is to be ignored at all costs.
Elva, I know you're having fun, but we are going to go, and I'm going to grab Elva on the arms and lift her up and start making my way over to the outhouse and the portal.
But it's rude to cut in line. Eve, it's rude to cut. There are people waiting.
We here too, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll still be waiting later.
But they're waiting to use the
Let's
bathroom.
go.
Guess we're
They
not.
can
We're
wait.
in the other room.
So yeah, I'm just making my way through, and I'm calling this out. You know, I'm telling this to Charles, who should be a relatively intelligent person, that we should go. I have been saying that for like the last 5 minutes. We should go right now.
I think
Yeah,
we should gather a
sure.
little bit more information.
Sure, if you want to do that, you can do that.
We just like literally don't know what's going on, basically.
Do we need to? No, we don't. And I'm walking through. I'm starting.
I
to
know.
That's
climb
why we
through
came here in the
thing.
first place. So,
Elva is just going to smile and be like, "Well, if we are leaving," and she just walks to the very. She walks to the front of the house and just turns as if she's standing in line.
No. I'm
And then
holding
she
her
takes
under
a
the
step
arm.
forward.
I'm gripping her under the arm. She's size small, right?
You want to make me a contested strength check?
Is she struggling? Is she not just gonna let me carry her? I'm gonna
She
pet her on the head too.
She refuses to be rude.
Sure, my strength was 0, but
Go on.
oh my fucking god, why am I rolling so fucking ass?
You want to stick with that roll?
Yes, because I only have 1 luck point left.
Even if she rolled a 1, she'd beat you.
Probably.
So yeah, she just sits there. And just, yeah. La, 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 la.
Okay, you know what? You guys could do that. I'm not. And then I'm going to walk through there because nobody else wants to listen to the voice of reason.
Yep. So yeah, you pop out the portal, go through the toilet.
Do you want me to pop back down to the table chatter?
I mean, are you planning to come back?
Nope.
Nah, then yeah, just pop down there and just say, if they ask how long, just tell them that Brian said that it's only been about, like,
Oh yeah.
an hour and a half.
How long? I mean, we had really over an hour. That felt more like we should probably have been there for like maybe 50 minutes or so.
Hour and a half.
Okay.
Okay.
So, brothers.
I guess I'm gonna check out that door.
Yeah. What about you, Charles? What are you up to?
I might as well follow him.
Oh wait, we're not leaving then? And Elva just, scoots past unseen people and runs over to you guys.
Well, we are here to investigate.
She also seems to carefully move out of the way of somebody walking past. Sorry.
Charles, you're pretty freaky. Do you have any way to like see invisible things?
They're not invisible.
Do I? I'm gonna check.
But they're not invisible. They're right there. You don't see them?
Can't say I do. Or do I? Did I make any perception check?
Sure. You don't see
Well,
shit,
like-
dog.
Great.
I can see
Only if they are affected by some magical effect, I can detect that and thus indirectly detect these beings, but otherwise, not really. I could always just, I could also potentially conjure some sand or dust or something, but that might be a bit rude.
Okay. I kind of like. I guess I walk to the open door then.
Yep. You see a hole in
Charles
the
is
ground.
gonna, when they're not looking, Charles is gonna prestidigitation, get like a pinch of dust and just sprinkle it down in front of him. Use some light gust to a light gust spell to move it around a bit.
Mm-hmm.
See what he's.
Elva
What he
immediately
can see.
snaps at you. That's rude. You shouldn't do that to people.
You won't notice
As
if
the
you
dust
don't bring
floats
it
in the
up.
air.
He says they won't notice if you don't bring it up.
Well, you put it on somebody's head. And as you're looking at the dust, now sitting stationary at around chest height, it then moves. As if somebody is turned to look up at you and ask why.
Hello there.
And Elva,
He's gonna.
Elva walks over and just brushes the dust off their head. I'm sorry. He just says in a very peaceful manner.
I squeaked there. It was probably something more like "Hello there," and then he leaves.
But yeah. So, Lage, there's a hole in the ground with a stairway going downwards.
Oh, I kind of call out to Charles, "There's some stairs. I'm going down them." And I light a torch and start walking downwards.
Wait a minute. Before I go into the room, I'm like halfway through the door, and I'm just like, "Wait a minute." He just stops for a second, and he pulls out his dog whistle. Gonna summon my boy, see if he can see them.
He's not a summonable.
It's not. That's not how it works. Okay. I thought that was how it worked. I even asked. Okay.
No, it's more like, it's more of a leash and collar thing. You have the leash and you can pull him along with you. And, like, he listens to you and shit. But he doesn't just out of nowhere. No. He exists and always exists. But unless you tell him to follow you, he's just going to sit there and lick his balls.
Like an actual thing, dude.
Yeah. So, I mean, he eats
Yeah.
shit for fuck's sake. So, he is, for all intents and purposes, a sentient animal.
Cool. Any reason? I suppose I wouldn't have known that, though. I guess. I don't know.
I mean, you've stepped in some ghost turds, but you personally haven't noticed, but your soul has.
So I guess now he's gonna have to go back at some point.
Yeah.
All right. No, wait, no. He would know. He would know by now, because he's had him follow him around to other places before. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna. I don't see why he wouldn't take the dog with him.
You just never said you did. Just like Cadus didn't go with Lupa.
I'll say I did. I'll specify if I decide to leave the dog behind somewhere.
Well, that'll be next time then.
Next time.
Mm-hmm. Next time, specify you're bringing everything with you.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I just make the assumptions that you guys know how to eat, sleep, and fucking blink and breathe at the same time while you walk. That's all I try to assume.
Right.
Otherwise, I just
Okay.
assume you aren't doing things. Like, I assume you're not just going to walk up to a peasant and stab them in broad daylight.
Makes enough sense. Sure. I guess Charles just forgot to bring the dog with him. Something to think about, I guess. Puts away the whistle and enters the room.
Because he thought the fucking whistle would summon him. So.
I mean, he could blow it and look stupid for a second, sure. Do we need that moment? Eve has already
As you
left.
blow your whistle, and you don't think to try and play it off as me, or anything like that.
No, it's a silent whistle.
Just sit there for a moment and look around.
Unless the invisible folks have good ears.
So then,
yeah.
you guys go into the basement, the crudely made basement. The original basement you guys never bothered to explore, but this basement, rather than leading to the left, opens up to the right, which is underneath of the neighboring building. In the neighboring basement, Elva refuses to go down, saying that it is crowded. And she doesn't want to be rude, so she sits on the stairs. To you,
I guess I'm gonna.
it's a pretty empty room.
I could try again to look at the crowd that I'm punching.
Sure.
Charles is gonna this
Perception
time. Okay, perception check. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Both very nice. Lage, you're looking around, and on a basic level, you don't see anything, but on a primal level, you can... Like, when you've gotten into bar fights and everything, you can, like, feel when somebody's pumped up and, like, you know, raring for a fight and everything like that. You feel that mojo flowing through everyone around you, and you're just ready to fucking rock and roll, right? Like, you're ready to go down. You can feel when somebody is standing behind you, even in a dark room. You get that sensation around you as you're standing in this darkness. Charles, having examined earlier what you have, you close your eyes and listen. Initially, you only hear the sound of your own heartbeat. But then you start hearing footsteps. You're hearing other people's footsteps. A lot of people's footsteps. Creaking of wood upstairs above you. The hustle and bustle of the common day. And there's a lot of people down here. Like, a lot of people. And they are scared.
Oh. Scared. Running around. What are they scared of? Are they if they're just like running aimlessly? Are they
not running scared. Huddled in corners scared.
Huddling corners.
Whatever threat they're hiding from is present.
In any particular direction?
You can't tell, your eyes are closed. And you can't see them. You're reaching out.
Guess
you're reaching out with your innate senses to feel their fear. If you catch my drift.
All right. Well, if it helps, I guess if they're too scared to really care about someone being a little rude, gonna do the test casting thing this time very low, just immediately on the ground, pretty much scatter it evenly to find which direction.
It's not so much that there are directions to this. I think you keep misunderstanding. People aren't moving in this room. They're standing still.
They're standing still, but they're petrified.
Yes, they're petrified, and you don't know of what.
Huh.
Whatever it is has them standing still and trying to not be seen.
Okay. I quietly as possible.
In fact, as you squat down and throw some dust, you see that you've
No,
put
no,
dust
I'm not.
onto somebody's boot.
Well, okay. As long as it doesn't harm me, sure, I throw the dust. But like, I was kind of just saying, if I know they're not moving around, I don't bother.
Do I
But,
notice the dust thing?
Hmm?
Do I notice the dust thing?
I mean, you notice Charles bending, squatting down and doing something, but you're not sure what the fuck he's doing, as it's pretty
Yeah.
small effect. So
Yeah. Charles is gonna quietly as possible tell the rest of the group, don't move.
I told you it's crowded down there.
I kind of.
And she's just gently kicking her feet.
There's something in this room.
There's about... She pokes her head down and just starts pointing. 1, 2, 3... She does this for a solid minute. 98, 99, 90...
Not them.
What's after 99? Anyway, there's a lot of people down here. It's a pretty
Do any
big
of-
It's not like a huge basement, but from
Yeah.
from how she was pointing, you can tell that these people are packed in here like sardines.
Do any of them stand out?
You can't see them.
He knows he's asking the.
Oh, you're asking.
He's asking Elva. Yeah.
I mean, there's a guy with a sword over there. There's a larger guy right next to you. He sprinkled dust on his boot.
Right.
Yeah. I think he's a Goliath. I don't know. I don't think he's a big guy. And ooh, there's him. And he points at Lage. He's pretty big too.
Do they look like they can see us? I'm asking Elva.
She just looks and is gonna do an insight. Nope. They can't see you, at least. I think they can see me. She tilts her head down and waves her hand in what you assume is somebody's face. I don't think they can see me. That's sad.
I sort of bend over and write in the sand, hello.
The sand.
Or I guess I write.
Dust, whatever.
There is no sand. What sand are you talking about?
Oh, there's no sand. Well, he said he picked up some dust or something.
No, he created dust.
I
Okay.
conjured some dust, enough to spread evenly and see what was going on the floor. See where it landed using another spell to spread it out past the small amount of space I would have had with prestidigitation.
Well, what are the walls made out of?
Solid brick.
Okay. Can I try and etch something into the wall?
Sure. What do you want to etch?
I'll kind of write in the wall, don't scream, I guess.
Just
Don't
stuck in a
scream.
room, just slowly. An invisible force writes a daunting message on the wall.
Yep.
Don't scream.
You write "Don't scream" on the wall.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Brilliant.
Anything else?
I write, do I know that they're scared?
I mean, Elva's been saying, she's been speaking out loud, so.
She was saying there's other people. No, I don't think you necessarily know that. Charles knows that, and he said, "Don't move."
Yeah.
Uh,
Lage, the large person in the room, proceeds to move.
Great.
Yeah. I guess I write, who are you?
Sure, take your time.
I'm gonna need
I'm
you to
waiting
make
for a
me
response.
a
Meanwhile,
wisdom
since Charles
barbarian. I'm gonna need a wisdom saving throw.
knows where the guy is, he can see the boot. Gonna see if he can carefully step around and behind. Is the guy facing away from the door
You don't know.
they just entered through? Right.
All right. The wall immediately just starts getting demolished before your very eyes as people keep writing help. Help.
Oh,
Help.
fuck.
And these are desperate. You can even tell as the dust is filling the air in this very room of just people screaming at this wall, help.
I kind of like take a quick step back and like startled a little bit.
And actually, as you do, and the dust slowly builds and builds and builds, as the walls themselves just start scrawling with desperate messages.
If it's already getting chaotic in here, can Charles just like just clear up some air? Fucking
My suggestion is
thing.
fuck out of the room. As
I write on the wall.
immediately starts going up the stairs. Oh fuck!
I quickly write on the wall, "We'll be back," and then I run
The
to
wall.
the.
There is no. The
Very
as soon as
quickly,
you start
yes.
To, as soon as
How
you
many
start to
letters
scratch
is that?
into the wall, actually, the wall disappears.
How many lines? It's a lot of no. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh,
They are desperately and very quickly scrawling.
That's what's making the wall disappear.
Mm-hmm. They're desperately and very quickly scratching messages into the wall.
I sort of
On a supernatural level, it sounds like.
Either that or in a very quick, faster than you can comprehend, or over the course of many days. It's unsure. You're not sure. You don't know.
Cool. Time to leave.
Yeah.
Sort of.
After a few minutes, though, however, it does stop. And there's a nice thick layer of brick dust all along the floor, along with bodies.
Oh, we can see him now.
Laying on the floor, unmoving.
Huh. What about the big guy?
You spot him on the floor, in half. No. You don't spot too many intact bodies anymore. Elva herself starts crying as she more or less, after a few seconds, just stops crying, more or less goes comatose.
I sort of look her in the
She had
eyes.
to watch everything happen.
Yeah.
You presume. What you're able to gather is something came down and slaughtered everyone here in a very vicious manner. The problem is, though, there's one clear spot in that room. And I'm going to need wisdom saving throws.
Okay.
Oh, that's fun.
And whatever it is, it's still there. Because that spot, that cleared spot, begins to move. And it's moving towards both of you.
I quickly run over to Elva, look her in the eye, and I ask her, "Can you move?"
She's unresponsive.
Okay, I kind of pick her up, throw her over my shoulder, and I run upstairs to the building to try and get out.
Yep.
Yeah,
you
I'm gonna follow
immediately
him.
run into the toilet.
Oh,
Are we out?
You are. Charles, you going too?
yeah.
All right,
I
then.
followed after him.
All right, let's all go back to that. Ba-da-ba.
Oh,
So then, after a few, maybe half an hour, Charles goes running and jumping out, followed by Lage with a unconscious Elva over her shoulder. The two of them seem quite panicked.
It's almost like I told you so, but
I kind of like quickly let go of the disc to like close the portal.
You pull it away from the mirror?
Yes.
Yeah. Some brick dust flies out and hits you in the face as you pull it away.
So, when are we destroying this disc, man?
We can't destroy this disc. There are people in there. We need to get them out.
Yep.
Right. There's like maybe 10 people, and then how many fucking monsters and then unnatural? No, fuck the people.
Not 10 people. There's a town full of people, I think.
Uh-huh.
I only spotted, well, I don't know if spotted is the right word. We know about one monster.
The one monster did all of this.
Well, that I know of.
Right. And if one or possibly multiple monsters did all of this, how the fuck do you expect us to stop that? And who's paying us for that?
Fuck, do you guys only do things to get paid?
Kinda.
There's like an entire world possibly full of people.
We primarily do things because we have to. That does not necessarily have to be our entire motivation.
Anyway, give me a sec. I have to go to the bathroom. Don't ask me any questions. You guys all RP and enjoy yourselves.
Before we decide what the hell we're gonna do, somebody explain what the hell happened.
Charles fills you in. So
you can't just yada yada this.
Yeah, I know. I just have to think about it first. It's just, I will play with the voice. I just have to think and remember all that happened. We enter. It was a city, right, Brian?
Yeah, that was the yellow portal.
City, yeah. We entered what appeared to be
Okay.
We entered.
This
we
is
entered.
what Eve's summed up already. You guys came out of an outhouse connected to a building. You looked around. There wasn't even so much as nails to hold the stuff together. There was claw marks bigger than hers.
Mm-hmm.
All over the place.
Side cubby.
So
no,
just
not
cover.
all over the place. In the side cubby under the stairs.
So let's start with covering from when Eve left you guys. What happened?
Well,
we went on to the next floor without her.
The basement to be clear.
Oh, the basement, yes. Encountering a line of folks, invisible, all of them, waiting for what seemed to be a room of torture. People packed in like sardines in a can, all petrified of some, all invisible, of something we also couldn't see.
I should mention Elva is still entirely unconscious.
Whatever it was, it paralyzed Elva, the whatever, the moth creature.
Yeah. She's tired.
And
I mean, you're. Alright, no, you're not even.
Can I get something for my alchemy kit that smells strongly and see if that'll wake her up?
Sure. Go ahead and give me an alchemy kit check.
Well, in an attempt to contact the invisible beings that apparently couldn't see us, they reacted in a frenzy and destroyed the room around us. Before they all perished in an instant.
Yep. Give me a second. Making smelling salts, or hell, even finding smelling salt in your alchemy kit, as it's one of the more basic things that they teach you in the alchemy kit itself, via Baby's First Alchemy lessons.
Right.
you basically just take the sample size and just wave it under Alva's nose, and well, you think nose, and she pops awake.
Okay.
This is a basic alchemy thing.
Oh, hers is.
Ah, okay.
So basically, you tried to communicate with these people who you couldn't see, who couldn't see you. Could you guys at least hear each other?
No.
Okay. And
Wait, do you mean player hearing other player, or?
No, the PCs hearing the NPCs.
Yeah, I was just making
that were
sure, because
invisible.
it's when he said each other, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, so and they started tearing up the room around you.
Elva just started.
We were writing things on the walls,
What?
and
Thank
they
you.
were scratching
They,
help.
yes, the same word, many times, enough times, in an absurdly short amount of time, all over the walls, shredding them to bits.
They didn't have fingers anymore. Is all she whispers.
I offer
And apparently
her.
they don't. And apparently they didn't have fingers. After that
I
point,
offer
Well,
her.
I'm pretty sure they used their fingers to write into the wall, and then eventually they didn't have fingers anymore, because what happens when you grind your finger against the wall for a long time?
yes,
She
very
just
observant. So
she
yes,
just
and then they all
subtly
died.
nods.
You
They
could
all
see them
perished.
after they died.
They didn't die.
Uh,
He killed them.
Mm.
Offer her a drink of my.
Well, generally when creatures are killed, they die, but we'll go with that. Yes, they didn't die. Sure.
I think she's more
The
specifying
creature
that-
would know best, as she was the only one who was able to see them.
I think she was specifying that they didn't die from writing, that something else killed them.
They were
At
so,
least that's my understanding of it.
they were so desperate and got scared. And then they saw hope, and then he found them.
Was it because he jabs a finger at the barbarian? Was it because he was writing things on the wall,
I thought somebody could help them.
and then it alerted the creature?
She just sitting there gently rocking.
I told you not to move. He turns to you. Whatever your name. Sorry, hang on.
Yes, we
Turns to you. Name that's hard to pronounce. Lago.
Oh, I knew that was about to happen.
Lago.
Liege.
She refuses to drink.
Give her a piece of cloth.
She'll gently chew on it. Just absent-minded chewing, so like every minute or so her jaw will close around it.
Okay.
You told me not
So-
to because you were afraid of the people.
I told you not to move because I knew they were afraid of something else. They weren't moving either.
So the question becomes, how do we deal with a beast that we cannot see, that did
That's-
not reveal itself to you, yet could interact well enough to leave
We
a
observe
follower?
as best we can in the moment. Find that it is something we cannot deal with. Come back to it later.
Charles, didn't
Certainly
you come up
not
with a way
doom
to
the
see it?
lives of the others in the room.
Charles, didn't you come up with a way to see the people?
More or less. I sprinkled some dust on the floor. What of it?
Did we not use that to see the beast?
No.
Didn't I use that to see the beast, Brian?
No, the brick dust that had become soaked in blood and stuck to it is what you saw.
I feel like you would have seen that too, yeah.
Yeah, you both did.
Don't imagine they have
That's
showers.
why. That's why I was saying.
both saw
so
that.
the clearing in the dust is what is moving towards you. Unfortunately, neither of you took a second to look back and look at the thing that was coming towards you, so I just didn't mention it. But yes,
didn't want to
that
die.
is what happened essentially is it stood there and yeah.
So it's a creature that we can't see, that
Well-
for as far as we know, we can't interact with, but can interact with us. And if there's a town full of people, yet it just slaughtered them all, what's the point in going back to save them?
There were others there.
And then there's the whole shadowy creatures outside of this bubble to worry about as well.
Wait,
I have
bubble?
seen. Yes.
Oh,
I
right.
cast Tiny hut
Yes.
to keep them out.
Oh. Yeah. Fair point. I should keep that in mind. Right, yeah. So yeah, there's just
then-
a pile of brick dust sitting on your tiny hut floor, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that right this second unless it starts moving.
I
Well,
don't
I
think
covered
the
him.
thing that made it through is gonna move, but yeah.
Am I covered in brick dust?
No.
Okay.
But
I mean, well, anyone that was down there when people started panicking and screaming for help at the walls, thinking somebody was there to rescue them. If you were down there during that, then yes, you're covered in brick dust.
yeah. Guess I'm gonna clean myself off.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, you could use magic, or you could, take a shower. You smelly hobo.
I'm using magic. We have the time while we're talking.
there's the whole thing with. I've seen 3 so far today. Before you all left. It's the reason why I erected the hut. Because I do
Right.
not know the extent of what they can do.
Wait, you have seen 3 of them in this world?
3 of the shadowy creatures that followed me out.
Hey, Cadus.
Yeah?
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
1 second. Because I didn't break up my mouse when I set up my laptop, so
That's okay.
using my mouse pad. It takes longer.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see Cadus's head slowly turn?
Yeah, and he's counting to himself quietly. Where the hell are you, Cadus? I'm just gonna type this to you.
I'm just going to when I see his head turn, I'm just going to say point to where it stands.
Okay, are they in the hut with me? With us? Or.
No, in the room total.
Okay, I'm still in the hut.
In the hut, however.
Unfortunately, I'm getting a near Gestalt feel from them.
What now?
Near Gestalt.
A what now?
That
I
second part is
don't-
in the hut with you.
It's one of those things where if you haven't played the game, don't worry about it.
I have not.
Referencing something, I guess.
So I'm whisper to Cadus to point towards where it's standing if he sees one.
I'm gonna start by pointing at the brick dust on the floor.
There's standing something there.
No. There's a hand and half of one. Both covered in brick dust.
Well,
Anything else?
the hand is, the person isn't. Although, looking at their hands and listening to the story, you think this person may have been scrawling on the walls.
I think some of the people you tried to save followed. Is the portal closed, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. And when we closed the portal, well, they didn't fully make it through. And I'm going to just gesture towards the ones outside,
They're just staring.
if they're still there.
Most of
Can I
them are
wait? So can I see them?
Wisdom saving throw.
I'm going to quickly, as he's pointing to out where one of them stands, I'm
Mhm.
going to quick draw my bow, which is magical,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to fire an arrow.
All right. Charles, you can see only 2.
Okay. Can I see the one that she's shooting at?
Actually, no. You want to see 2. You would, due to where you went, you would actually see the hand slowly coming into shape, along with the upper half of a torso inside the hut,
Okay.
as things slowly catch up with you.
22 hit.
I gotta ask: is Cadus pointing at anyone?
I pointed at the ones outside of the hut.
Did you point at them individually?
Yes.
All right, yeah, 22 hits.
So do I roll damage, or does it just pass through?
You know what? Sure. Roll damage.
It is a magical weapon, so I don't know if that
Roll
makes
damage.
any... 13.
Cadus, as the arrow goes through the creature, nothing happens.
Yeah, that's not working.
Should we be worried about that? He's pointing at the thing in the room with us in the hut. The dusty guy.
Well, it seems that I don't think they've moved much since arriving. And, well, there's only half a man there.
And now
And a
there's only
hand.
6 people left. As the one that Eve had shot disappears.
Huh.
Okay, that worries me more than it's still standing there.
Mm-hmm. Eve!
Hello.
Eve.
What?
I'm gonna need a wisdom saving throw.
I'm good at those. Well, 6
Mhm.
isn't that bad.
Alrighty then, and double checking. Alrighty then, cool. Nope, nothing happens.
Okay. So are there more in the room that are standing right now? Cadus, point out to me if there are more.
I just killed one. Point them out so I can kill them some more.
There are more, but I'm not sure if you actually killed the one you shot.
Only one
Or if
way to make sure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if I picked up on this, Charles probably did too. These are the souls of the people that tried to follow us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
That's
tell
my
you anything.
That's
Eve,
my that's my conclusion. So
suddenly, a part of your chest bursts open, as if somebody had just rammed a blade through it for 16 points of damage.
yo shit. Okay.
No.
They rolled a 17 to hit you.
I think we need to get out of the hut.
Points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, seeing as Eve just made open aggression against these guys, without them being able to see us,
And the blade is still through your chest, as your blood is now covering it.
Right,
So they're
but
just invisible. They're not actually entities, they're just invisible.
You don't know. Well, you don't officially know, and I can't tell you, so.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to ignore this blade on my chest. You good?
I mean, it's going to continue to stand there for a little bit longer.
I mean, do I get a turn?
You can certainly try.
If it's fucking with me?
Although it does eventually disappear from your chest.
I guess
Right
we're
about
still not
now.
in initiative somehow.
Well, let me fucking get a turn then. Fucking Christ.
No, it's not going to attack you again. I'm just letting you know what happened. That's all. It
You
was
can
in
do
your
whatever,
chest for a
whenever.
second, and then something happened.
There's no turn order to this.
Not really.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not
I think we should
sure.
dispel the hut.
If you guys want, I can throw up an initiative, but
Yeah.
I don't think dispelling the hut would be the best idea right now. Because, like I said, Eve just
Okay.
made open aggressions towards these things.
That she
Going
did.
to see if I can see
uh,
anything this time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and because they're with you. Alright, then. So go ahead and roll initiative, everyone.
I want to
Yes, I'm aware.
see if I can see-
Alba, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw. Don't forget to click your pog.
for fuck's sake.
I would, but okay, there we go.
I just want.
Hey, my best roll of the night so far.
Alba. There are 6
yeah,
in the room.
I'm rolling. Okay. I'm gonna take a drink.
Lage, don't
Alright.
forget to re-roll your... Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to adjust that to 3.1. Ah, pi. You got pi. Congratulations.
Fucking Christ.
You know, I didn't expect you guys to try and attack unseen, citizens, but I always get surprised.
I just wanted to test if the magical weapon does anything against them.
See previous statement. So
Yeah,
then,
it did something. It made it go. It made it hide from even me. So
16 points of damage is bullshit. That's literally half my health in one hit.
16. I heard 6.
no, 16.
Oh,
It could happen.
They rolled really high on their their d8s, plus their modifiers, because they had rolled a 20 to hit you.
I mean,
But
I
the
got
thing
hurt
is, with the
pretty.
encounter, well, you'll find out eventually.
I
But
mean, I got hurt pretty bad that one time. I got a chair thrown at my face.
so they
So,
had,
I
so
mean-
to explain, they had rolled more or less max damage with their natural 20,
Ah,
and decided to stick a blade through your chest.
great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, question before Charles and Lage joined us. Did an hour pass?
Probably.
So I could have taken a short rest because I was missing 5 hit points.
Mm-hmm. Sure, why not?
Very good. I mean, it wouldn't really change much in this situation, but
No. I mean, well, you guys don't know the full answer. All right, so yeah, Cadus, what do you want to do? As there is now a bloody blade standing in the well, actually, you can actually see this creature. As it had decided to draw its sidearm and stab the fucker that just attacked one of their own.
I'm gonna put my hands up in a surrender, and
I love that everyone but the aggressor can see these guys too. I just realized that.
so you have to wait. You have to fail your wisdom saving throw to see them.
Yeah.
I failed it last time though. I didn't see anything.
It wasn't
the
anything in the
fuck?
room with
Unless I
you.
didn't.
It also there's also other things at play, but I'll explain it afterwards.
yeah, Cadiz gonna just raise his hands up, like, sorry.
Actually, I guess I did.
We're not sure what's going on. And I'm gonna reach in and pull out a quill and paper, keeping hands up and putting them on the floor and backing away.
You're in a tiny hut though. They can't get at that.
Yeah, I really think we should dispel
The
it
guy
for
who just stuck a sword in Eve can't get at that.
He's outside the tiny hut. You're inside the tiny hut, remember?
How did his sword get through the hut?
Eve stepped out of it, I thought.
No.
No. Technically,
Then
We
how
can-
would you have?
everything-
Then how would she have shot the person that was in?
things from inside can pass to the outside?
Yes. Non-spells can pass out.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oops.
Yeah, well,
That was some nice roleplay though. I liked it.
I can simply just say one's inside because there would have been enough time.
Yeah, it's like... so I'm just leaving it to that one. So that it can write. Keep my hands up.
Self fails over there, including a larger creature. Well, luckily there's not more than 9 of them in there with you. I also love that you just let the other ones that are still in the house just in the house that belongs to Lage and his family.
Well,
And then just performed open hostilities on them.
I was about to say, this is the first bit of hostility they've had. As far as I can tell, they've just been sitting outside the bubble watching me.
Yeah, they have.
Whole time.
They've more or less just been like observing you, more or less.
I was under the assumption they were stalking you.
I just shot and killed one and left. What is wrong?
I was pointing them so that you guys could try and see them, not so that you could shoot one.
Well, you said they were stalking you.
And you guys said you encountered similar beings
Well,
that were in need of help.
Well, to be fair, Eve
I did.
didn't. Eve didn't.
Yeah.
I only like
can
see
understand her
myself
confusion here.
giant as monster.
Anyway. So yeah, Cadus, that's what your turn is. Elva, acquiring more trauma, is going to roll to see if she can compose herself.
Starts to cry on the ground.
Basically. Actually, she does succeed on the save, so she looks like she's about to pass out again, but collects herself and simply begins to try and think of a way out of this. That's going to be her turn. Eve.
So at the beginning of my turn, surprisingly enough, because this is actually the first time that Eve has taken a good, decent bit of damage, you can see there's a strange lack of, I guess, pain response, you could say. She's just gonna look down and kind of tilt her head to the side while, like, some blood is running down the corner of her mouth.
Oh, fuck, I'm dying.
Going like, huh. Well, this sucks.
And then, of course, the blade disappears out of your chest.
Well, that sucks even more.
How do you suggest chalking this up to you? Okay. They're very bad at hiding. The proof that furthers confirms my suspicions, but whatever.
She's just gonna sigh and step to the side. Oh, wait, actually, before that, when you say that, she's gonna look at you and go like,
Oh, I'm not saying it out loud. This
Oh.
is what's going on in his head.
"Meta bitch."
Just a bit of light narration.
Sigh
Ooh,
and step
from
to the side.
Cadice's brain.
So,
Alright.
That it can approach the ink quill, I guess, because you guys want to go the diplomatic route.
It almost took out half of my health. What the fuck? I'm gonna keep trying to fight it. When everyone else immediately just throws their hands up like, nope, nope, not part of this, not part of this.
Yeah, I stepped aside. I'm not trying to engage it. I stepped aside so it can reach the.
I know, I'm just saying based off the language, that's what's coming off.
I hope we can understand this. Maybe.
Yeah, let's see. Charles, what are you doing? Don't worry, Charles, this will be wrapped up in a minute, before we have to go.
Yeah, literally just okay. And I have 13 minutes before I have to head out the door.
Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't die.
Cool. I think with what little time I have, I'm just gonna say that Charles assist Cadiz in making peace with the others. However, whatever.
Yeah, you basically just take up the non-aggressive action. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
I
get the
was
fuck
mainly
outta here.
just trying to. I was mainly just trying to think of ways to. Yeah, not aggressive. Yeah.
Get
Cool.
out of here. Go.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Alba, what are you doing?
Well, seeing as they're trying to make peace, I will hold my action in case it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. And Lage?
I'm gonna lay down my weapons and try and make peace.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So, back around the Cadus. The creature continues to stand there.
Okay, I'm going to
Give me
make
a
similar.
give me a perception check, actually. Seeing as you can actually clearly see these things.
Once I get to the right tab. Perception.
Okay, you don't catch it, unfortunately.
I'm double checking something real quick to see how I'm going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, out of curiosity, would riding in the air count as a harmless sensory effect?
There's enough dust and shit in the house. I'll say sure.
Okay, I'm gonna use prestidigitation to write a message saying, "Sorry, we don't understand what's going on. Can you explain it?"
Miscommunication.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if Alpha can piece it together herself. You bitch! That's 2 20s she's fucking rolled in a row.
Great.
Ooh.
So, she pieces it together. They're out of time. As she takes a moment to explain. Essentially, Eve had shot at him, and you had noticed that time had passed, and nothing happened. After a minute, IRL time, had passed, the creature took damage. It can only move once every IRL minute.
Right.
In
As
short,
soon as she said "out of time," light bulbs started going off in Cadiz's head. Oh. Well, good thing this message is gonna last for a while.
yeah, basically. However, as she said that, the creature immediately just took several steps, triggering anyone who had ready actions to attack the thing, or, attacks of opportunity if you want to continue that, as it takes steps towards
Well-
the paper. However, it is bent over, or squatting down, reaching for the quill.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm not
but
going
as
to attack it.
long as it's not hostile, I won't do anything.
Alright, well, I guess I can, seeing as no hostilities will be taken, I guess I can skip all of the time bullshit that would make this game drag out longer.
Please,
It
I'm
quickly
exhausted.
and very jaggedly scratches out a message. Being hunted, confused. Where are we? Or no, not where are we. Where am I? Sorry.
In common.
Okay. Yes, in common. Also, hey, Cadus.
Hmm?
Give me a history check.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
I'll say with advantage, as it's been plaguing you for a little bit.
Hey, Elba, can you, or Elva, God, your names are way fucking similar.
Yeah, I didn't think about it at the time.
Anyway, give me a second. I
Hey.
have to finish this part. Two
I
things
like
you
these
you
things.
realize, Cadus. One, that sword looks familiar. It's very crudely made, as if somebody had taken silverware from a house and melted it down into a blade in a very crude fashion. Perhaps even, or maybe even bent a sickle, perhaps, from a farmhouse. And two, you recognize that handwriting.
Okay, that answers that question as to what happened to him. He's right here before me. I'm
What?
going to. I'll explain in a sec. And with a wave of my hand, the dust is going to rearrange into the name of the town we're in. And a note about and going to start pointing towards the artifact, the red disc that's currently yellow.
He is then going to quickly, and very much in bursts of capability of moving. Where are you? I can't see you. Only saw one of those creatures. Got the drop on it.
What the fuck?
Going to rearrange the message creatures, question mark,
Shot
and
made
add on
traveler with me die. Arrow through chest.
Oops.
and I was about to say, and add on, I am right behind the message you are seeing. There is time magic issues going on.
His sword is slowly going to extend outwards as he writes, "Say when," as every few seconds his blade just moves another inch as he's trying to find where you are. And it just slowly ticks closer and closer and closer to your head.
Going to wait until the blade's about a foot from my head, and then the message is going to say, when.
And it just stops. And he's just going to slowly turn and face towards you.
And while this is going on, I'm explaining to the party about the message I had found.
Go on.
About somebody who else ended up in the red area.
Mm-hmm.
And how the person in front of me is them.
Right. Didn't you say that that person was never found?
I never found them, but I never went to the city. The yellow portal must go to the city in a different time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I apparently narrowly escaped getting mauled by that creature.
So
If there was more than one of them.
what I wonder is, do you think those dimensions all go to a different area? Or all those, does it all go to the same dimension in different locations?
Might be a combination of different locations, different times.
But the problem that I see is, if you want to help these people, how do you think that we, a group of a handful of travelers and explorers and adventurers, can deal with 6 different dimensions, should that be the case?
One at a time.
I think
before-
they aren't really. I don't think there's 6 different dimensions. I think there are 6 different places in one dimension.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what my question was.
I think it's all the same dimension. The question is it all the same time?
But that would make it different dimensions again, because if they're in different time periods, then with each individual problems, we would have to solve each individual problem in each of their own times.
You can go to the furthest back time and then solve
How
that
do we
problem
know
if
which
it's the
one
same
that
one.
is?
We don't. And my message is going to change. What was the name of the city you were in? Do you know?
Give me a moment. As I have to check the world map because it is a city that still exists today.
Basically, if I can find where, I can do some research and see what might be happening.
He simply says, or writes, Akafis.
Okay, does that ring a bell? Because out of character, it does
Does
not.
for me. Not
Out of
exactly.
character, it should definitely ring a bell, but
Yeah.
to all my senior players, it should ring some kind of bell.
Does do anything for me?
Everyone in game, go ahead and give me history checks, and I will tell you the answer.
I need to reopen my sheet apparently.
You know, real OG niggas. Jesus fuck! Miss, I can't roll above a fucking 10.
Yeah. Well, you know, when it's not super important, then it works.
Yeah, I'm
When it's
working
lore
on
stuff.
this.
I swear something is wrong with this website.
It just doesn't like Aquan.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
no.
like me when I need good rolls.
Cadiz doesn't
To be fair, that
recognize it.
would make sense for you. So, Akafis is a place in the world.
Wow.
I haven't updated the other map, so it's over here on Ascion.
Right.
Oh.
It makes sense now.
Oh. That's where the arrow landed during the session 0 for him.
Yep.
And spent all of 5 minutes.
Yeah. To be fair, we were in a rush. So.
Yeah.
But still.
Makes sense by something called the Cursed Bay.
Ironically, yes, but unrelated. Unintentional coincidence. Yes.
I believe in coincidences.
Sure,
Well,
just
that's
assume I
just
planned everything.
coincidences.
Yeah, I do.
You put too much faith in me.
I still have hopes that eventually we will find a magic item that is not cursed in some shape or form.
I mean, you're still wearing your cape, aren't you?
Amazing. The cape that is always flowing in the wind, even if there is no wind. Like, 10 out
You
of
still
10.
haven't had your wizard identify.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe
Bold
it's
assumption that that's not cursed.
I don't know what we did to you. We also sometimes deserve items that are not cursed. But
Sucks to be all.
The least cursed item. It just makes me say orc. What the fuck? Fuck this weapon.
Mine now.
it's just fucking stupid, is what that is.
Oh yeah, Alba, by the way, you fixed it.
Dab.
During your long rest, you just easily went, oh, here it is. And you just crossed out one of the runes.
Okay. Artificer dab.
Artificer dab stabs self in the face with a +1 longsword. Ouch.
Oh.
But yeah.
Which I think is part of the reason why we keep getting cursed items since getting her.
Yeah.
Hey, let's make use of this character that can do the thing.
Yeah. She can literally roll to edit magic items. Now let's
And
just
I
sell
can also
+1 weapons.
resist
It's fine.
Or, we just get our wizard to fucking spellcast level 3, and then he can just get the spell remove curse.
I mean, yeah. It's not going to edit anything.
Well, it removes curses from people and items.
Yeah.
However, there's different types of curses.
Indeed. But that is going to end up taking longer than we have, because we have about, 18 minutes left. So then, for a nice, saucy conclusion. Yes, he says he's from Akafis. Those of you who rolled high enough know where that is. Those of you who didn't can go fuck themselves.
That is, well,
Is that where you're from or where you were just now?
Where I was.
Okay. I'm going to... If I reach out, can I grab his hand?
You can certainly try. Wisdom saving throw. Depending on this roll, it may end the session early. Okay, so the good news is you don't get pulled through time. Which is what I'm like, if he rolls really shit, I'm just going to have this happen and call the session and go take a dump.
Amazing.
So as you grab his hand, an elf appears before you.
Oh.
Yes.
Hey, I think we might have found part of the solution.
Well, hello there.
He's going to stare at you for a second, blink in real time, and then freak out.
Calm down. Calm down.
Do you let go of his hand?
Am I holding the one that has the sword?
No.
Yes, and back away.
Alright, as soon as you let go of his
Yeah.
hand, he disappears again.
Okay.
Huh.
Well,
This seems like a problem.
that is interesting.
time to bring out my blueprints.
God, I hate
What?
magic.
What was that, Bianca?
She's gonna
I
have to bring out her
kind of-
blueprints. I'm
going to try wreck my artifice of braid for a solution for this.
So, if he touches one of us, he like gets pulled into our time.
Other way around, if you touch one of them.
Oh, right. Okay.
However, something tells me that it's like a tug of war.
Mm-hmm.
What if we like give him a piece of our hair or something?
I don't think
What?
that would
no,
work.
No.
You don't
What
think so?
if it's a curse?
That's where I was going next. I was going to try and lead him out of here and towards
Oh, do you
The
have
church.
the do you have the magical sense to detect magic?
I do, but at least I'm pretty sure I do. Double checking. I do not yet. That was one of the next things on my list to grab.
Well,
Okay, I'm going to.
You mean like that one, Bianca?
Yeah. I was doing what I was told to.
what?
Nothing. Oh my god, I've been.
Start screaming internally.
Owl draws up, just like starts taking notes of everything, and just stops and just looks and just.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna change
I'm gonna
notes
take another drink.
to say, okay, I'm going to grab your hand again. Please do not freak out. Freaking out with a sword is scary.
Sure, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
And hope I don't roll poorly.
Or, I mean, you could choose to fail.
I don't want to. I want to try and bring him to the church.
He pops back into existence again.
Okay. Well, can you hear us now?
I think so? He's just looking at you for a second and then just reaches out with his sword and realizes, oh, right, don't stab, and puts it on his belt. Then realizes, wait, why are you holding my hand? As he just stares at that, why are you holding my hand?
It's currently anchoring you to our time.
Just gonna make a check.
Meanwhile,
You're-
Eve just like stands like in the furthest away corner of the bubble, and there's just like a rag stuck in her chest so the blood doesn't drip everywhere.
He rolled too low to notice you even exist.
What, me or Kalis?
Right then.
You remember when I just told you about time magic bullshittery
Yes.
being involved?
I had notes on me at one point. I don't know where they went though. It would match up things.
Yes, well, I'm going to gesture towards the disc of whatever color it is right now. Does that look familiar to you?
Never seen that thing before in my life.
Okay, that makes things a little harder. That means you were somehow sent there without this device.
Sent there.
I
right.
found
Right,
notes
my
from
notes.
you at a farmhouse.
Right, that was... Damn. That was well over 14 years ago. I thought that farmhouse was destroyed.
Well, it was not when I went through. The disc seems to change colors, and with that, locations and potentially time periods change.
I love how just laser focused Bianca is.
I'm not sure of what we can do to help you anchor to this time in general. And honestly, right this second, I wish we were anywhere but Cadia right now.
Anywhere but what?
The continent
You're not
that
on
has
Cadia.
Crady,
not
we're
Cadia.
on Kratos.
Kratos. Yes, that one. Anywhere
Kratos.
but. Yeah.
On Kratos.
Yes.
He's going to look around wildly as he draws his blade.
Literally just
Calm down,
a little
calm down.
family.
Yeah, it's not my
Kratos is the reason those
preferred
creatures are there.
That was a long time ago.
What?
He's going to look you over for a second.
We have not been at open war with anywhere else for, what was it, 3 decades from my most recent research.
Give me a second. Yeah, you wouldn't have been at that. You wouldn't happen to have a... He's going to look at you for another moment or two, try and piece one more thing together. And bingo. You wouldn't happen to have had somebody named a trauma in your family, would you? And that's what we're
that
going to call the session. Because fuck you. Oh my god, he rolled an 18 and then a 19 for that last part. Oh my fuck.
Okay.
Cute.
You okay?
And Katie is literally just going white as a sheet.
You okay there, buddy?
Yes.
Man, I accidentally killed so many people in this session.
Yeah, you did. Although
And-
I think Charles and Lage may have had a high body count.
And to that, I
Yeah.
pretty much say, yeah, no, this is exactly what I meant by a near gestalt feeling.
I don't know what that means.
Can you spell that? I'm gonna
Um,
look this up.
I assume
Near,
Gestalt.
Brian. You know what near is. You
I
played
know, but
one
the
of them.
whole thing, you dumb bitch.
No. GESALT. Right?
Oh!
I assume
Oh, so the
Gestalt.
first one. Okay, okay.
Technically not.
No.
No.
Sequel
The entire
Actually,
The
didn't
entire Nier
Drakengard come
series,
first or something?
exactly. The entire Nier series is continuations of the different endings of Drakengard.
I'm not gay enough to know what all that means.
There's Assault, Replicant, and Automata. I don't know what Automata.
All I've played is
Automata.
Automata, so...
Okay. In Gestalt and Replicant, they're pretty much the same game. All that changes is in one, your character is the brother of the little girl you're trying to protect during the opening. The other one, you're her father.
Okay.
But beyond that, they're the same game. On your second playthrough, you get the ability to hear the shadowy creatures that you've been killing this whole time. And it turns out that they are fractured souls. And that to them, you guys appear to be monsters. And the small mini creatures that you've been killing, like hordes of, are children.
Lol, Labao.
You know what's funny about this, Cadus? That's something that you don't know, but Gestalt is actually a German word pronounced Gestalt. It describes something that is an outline, something that exists but you can't necessarily see. It's not really a word in itself. It more or less it describes something. The feeling of you can see something out of your eye, but when you look at it, it's not there.
Yeah, no. I kind of get that.
Anyway, will my idea work, Brian?
If you get the original pieces, yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
You'd have to study the original. You'd have to
going
study the original first.
well, Cadus is probably the only one who can talk about it anyway.
Yeah.
I wonder
where it came from originally.
Well, depending on what happens next session, he's probably going to be dumbstruck for a while.
Well, if you can't help, then I'll ask the other magic thing.
Just dumbstruck, holding onto his elf's hand, unable to move. It's like, wait, no, please don't let me go. I need to think this over.
Daddy.
So I had rolled. I should mention, I had rolled to see who you had originally pointed at, and Eve could have killed this guy.
Yeah, who did I kill? I really hope there wasn't his mom or something.
No, this guy is probably not related to the others.
No. He said that they were other survivors.
Yeah, his traveling companion. He said so. I don't know who I nailed by accident, but
Hope it wasn't anyone close to him. That sure would suck.
hey, I literally thought Cadus said they were stalking him, so I thought the shadow creatures were like, you know, trying to fuck with us. So that's why I shot him. I didn't know.
Well, next time, wait. Especially seeing as I didn't point them out until after the rest of the party explained what they found, which was the people in a similar situation
You know,
looking for
mistakes were
help.
made. People died. It happens.
Look, I've killed a lot of innocent people. I'm German after all. It's our duty.
He's not German. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're trying to do a German accent?
That's not how German accent sounds.
I don't care.
Well, maybe you should.
I'm doing generic fucking foreigner.
Wow.
Regardless, I think this session went rather well, all things considered.
Yeah.
For a complex fucking concept as it is to fucking deal with 100 people saying, "Oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this," while this is happening. It's like, motherfuckers, shut up, all of you.
Well,
Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you in particular.
you did kind of like, you know, let a couple of people wait for like half an hour longer.
I also didn't expect you to lock him off on the other side of a fucking portal.
I didn't do anything.
Alone, specifically.
Oh, me?
Yes.
I told you that this was going to be an experiment.
And I, as a DM, can't tell you shit until it happens.
Yep.
Without breaking shit up. Shut the fuck up.
I miss when we had like a main thing to do, and now we're just like curing curses or something. I don't even know what the fuck we're doing. We found a fucking thing, once again a cursed thing, and now we're supposed to do what? Play the Good Samaritan and fix it?
It's not cursed.
Uh-huh.
I mean, have you been, you know, getting... Well, actually, you did just get stabbed, but that was your own doing.
I didn't know any better, okay? Stop pointing fingers, for fuck's sake.
Look, how was I supposed to know Jews couldn't breathe chloroform?
Wow. All of this feels very targeted.
Fuck off. Just immediately... Oh, they're stalking you! Let me kill it!
Yeah, well, I thought they were evil.
Next time something like this happens and things get pointed out, ask what you want to have done.
Yeah, next time I'm just not gonna do anything and probably gonna get stabbed anyway, or let you get stabbed, and then it's like, oh Eve, why didn't you shoot it?
It's like then Eve's just standing in the marketplace, everyone's just having a conversation, then she just gets stabbed. Everyone else is like, oh, you deserved it.
It's not, yeah, it probably deserved it.
Oh, actually, hold on a minute. I have the
More likely than anything.
perfect video for that.
Is it the Dark Souls 2 one where the dude keeps getting stabbed?
Co-op.
Yeah.
Why is everybody stabbing me in the back? Because it's easy, and it does a lot of damage.
Because it's easy, and then he gets closer, and it does a lot of damage. He kisses one. I think he kisses him on the cheek, right?
God, what was that video called? Dark Souls? Was it just called Dark Souls 2
Drunk
Co-op?
Souls. Drunk Souls, maybe.
No, Happy Souls.
That's it. Drunk Souls is the different thing. But yeah. So, Cadus, do you see what I meant when I kept saying I think you'll benefit the most from this?
Yeah, I figured. I figured it was going to somehow tie into the backstory, or lack thereof.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
I mean, it's a thing that fucks with time, so of course, the person who has no idea about their past.
I enjoy at least trying solutions to things, even if they don't always.
I mean,
work.
Bianca, you could have gone through too.
No.
Instead, the party just coming back with the ramblings of a madman, and you're just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on?
No, I'm just drinking.
You're sitting there watching porn and shit, and then suddenly people pop in.
What? I'm drinking my stout. That's stout resilience. Is it because I'm stock? Is it because I'm small and stocky or whatever?
Oh, shut the fuck up, Davy Chappy.
It's true.
Man, why is there some videos where you can use the YouTube clip function that they introduce, and why there are some videos that you can't?
I think people have to opt into
Probably
it.
a setting.
Motherfuckers, why can't you just turn it on?
And then there's also a chance of how old of a video are you looking at? In
I
comparison.
already saw the clip function. I think you have to
Pretty
enable
sure
it in
you
the channel or something, because I saw some videos that are already like 5-6 years old that have the clip function now.
Is it on their older videos though?
Yes, I saw it on the older videos. There you go. I just have the timestamp.
This is easy. Ain't done a lot of damage.
Why is everyone stabbing me in the back?
On the
it's
upside,
easy.
I finally finished that damn spiral
It
challenge
does a
I've been
lot of
working on
damage.
forever.
Could have sworn
Like,
he
since
shot
I
you
got-
on the cheek or something.
No, he turns his head, but
Hmm.
and that's 5 years old now already.
Yeah. I think he
Which
still
is
makes
weird because I
videos.
could have sworn Dark Souls 2 came out later or earlier than 2016.
Nah, a lot of the good games came out like 5 or 10
Yeah.
years ago.
No, Dark Souls 2 came out in 2014.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember when Dark Souls 2 came out. I played that was probably the Dark Souls I played the most because I was right on that when it first came out because I was like still really hot from playing through Dark Souls 1.
Yeah. Either
Uh,
I'm gonna
like-
end the recording